Here, this is just for the chairs. Yep.
9 o'clock. Ready?
Yep, we are on live.
I call this meeting of the Legislative and Citizens Commission on Minnesota Resources together. It is Wednesday, June 26th. We are in the state capitol. This is a hybrid meeting. It's being held in accordance with Minnesota statute 13D.015, where we will have people participating by phone or interactive technology. With that, we'll start the roll call.
Gibson. Here. Gibson present. Hansen.
Present.
Hansen present. Her. Acom.
Acom present.
Acom present. Albrecht.
Albright present.
Albrecht present. Backer.
Backer, present.
Backer present. Faber.
Faber present.
Faber present. Green. Green. Heinzman. Heinzman. Hollins.
Hollins present.
Hollins present. Langseth. Langseth. Moore.
More present.
Moore present. Pikel.
Present.
Pikel present. Putnam.
Here.
Putnam present. Reese.
Reese present.
Reese present. Westrom. Currently, there are 11 members present.
We have a quorum. Members report any potential conflicts of interest regarding today's business. Commissioner Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to report a conflict of interest on 2025-078, Bradley Hines Agrivoltaics 2.0. I'd also like to declare a conflict on 2025-241 Joel Tullochson Foundational Precision Agriculture Data.
Any other members? Okay, we will proceed. The agenda today is we will be working on proposal presentations according to the schedule. And first up is we have a number of small projects. So it'll be proposal ID 2025-134. And it is the Camp Parsons, Mississippi Summer from the Phyllis Wheatley Community Center, requesting $225,000. Welcome and proceed.
Hello, good morning. Thank you, Chair Hansen and LCCMR members. My name is Aaron Rabelinch, and I am working on the Camp Parsons restoration at Phyllis Wheatley Community Center. For those of you unaware, Phyllis Wheatley turns 100 this coming October. But since 1929, Phyllis Wheatley was really a leader in outdoor programming, specifically for the Black population in Minneapolis. We're working on restoring that incredible history of outdoor programming at Camp Parsons, which we know will be a multi-year process. And so in the interim, as we look to instill values of appreciation of nature and just seeing nature as a recreational space, we designed a program around the Mississippi River. This program is designed to promote an active lifestyle, but also to unravel mysteries with the Mississippi River. One of those big mysteries that I highlight when I talk about this program is relation to the Mississippi and St. Anthony Falls really birthing Minneapolis, yet the slogan of Minneapolis is City of Lakes. As we look at the history of Minneapolis, especially the north side, two things took place in the 1960s that effects are still felt today. That is the construction of I-94, which really created a barrier between residents and the river, as well as the creation of the Upper Harbor. These actions cemented North Minneapolis waterfront as industrial, which piece by piece is starting to change today. I imagine most of you are aware of the Upper Harbor Terminal project and that the park space that's going to be created there. As we work to instill appreciation and comfort in nature, understanding the changing values put on the river provides historical context for what was valued when and by whom. I'm going to speak a little directly to the program components itself. Then I'll talk a little bit more about our kind of underlying mission. So as a part of this program, youth will visit and learn about 6 Minneapolis Park Board park locations that are either along the river or affiliated with the river, one of those being the Heritage Park stormwater remediation system that was put in by the Mississippi Watershed in the 2005, which is about 2 blocks east of where Phyllis Wheatley is located on the north side. And that stormwater project was directly related to what was done to Bassett Creek and removing the watershed, removing the wetlands, the floodplain, and really routing all of that underground. We will also visit 2 regional parks, one all the way upriver to Coon Rapids Dam, and then one at Harriet Island in downtown St. Paul, where we'll take a paddle boat to the confluence of the Minnesota and Mississippi rivers. And then all of our activity will be within, we'll also visit State Park, Fort Snelling State Park, also known as Bedote. But all of our activity will be along the Mississippi National River Recreation Area, which is something that, really gets overlooked, I think, in the Twin Cities. Our programming breadth will vary widely from ecological to cultural to simply enjoying the space recreationally. Special attention will be given to understanding how the river, and by extension, the metro, have changed in the past 175 years. I was born here, and you just kind of take for granted that the Twin Cities exists, and you don't think about how much change has happened in a short amount of time. This will be directly tied to discussions around watersheds. And as we work to restore Phyllis Wheatley's historic summer camp, Camp Catherine Parsons, our goal is to help create pathways for all Minnesotans to be land stewards, and that is directly in line with this program. Thank you, and I welcome any questions that anybody might have.
Members, any questions? Commissioner Reese.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I think you have a really nice project here. I particularly appreciate that you've chosen to put full details in the budget. So some of the similar proposals are just putting scholarships in, and it's difficult to ascertain what the actual costs are. So I do appreciate that. It says you are looking at 200 students per year that participating. Do you think there'll be more impact than that? Or 600 students, or do you think that you can see the program growing beyond that?
That's a really good question, Commissioner Reese. Thank you. We'll have greater impact in opportunities to engage whole families. This summer, participants will have the opportunity to bring their families to the Mill City Museum outside of the summer program, right? So what we really see this as is introductions to spaces that then those kids can kind of help push their families to access those spaces later on, right? Oh, I really love going to Bloom Island. Can we go there again? Love going to Coon Rapids Dam. Can we go there and go fishing? But right now, those numbers are pretty set. But we also see ourselves engaging step-up workers, which would be youth on the north side. And then, like I said, kind of those residual family members, and also reaching people through outreach.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Senator Hurd.
Well, thank you very much for the presentation. I know this proposal had been presented before, even my tenure in the Senate, and also my tenure in the LCCMR committee. And I did apologize in the Finance Committee that I might have overlooked, and this one slipped through. So I voiced my support for this project, but I wonder if the presenter can explain the difference. Is there any difference from the last time this project was brought forth to the current plans? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Hurd, for that question. I'll have to be honest that I'm not familiar with the previous proposal. I think that predates my time at Phyllis Wheatley. And we did have, funding requests specific to Camp Parsons that has been in front of the Senate and the House. But in terms of LCCMR, I'm actually not familiar with the previous proposal, so I apologize.
Dr. Nash, do you want to give the reference on past proposal?
Mr. Chair and members, there were a couple proposals a few years ago, and I do believe that they included capital construction on private land. And so that was one of the concerns that had been raised by members when hearing that presentation previously.
Senator
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's very informative, even though it's brief. Thanks.
Commissioner Gibson.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. Just curious if you work with the Wilderness Inquiry. They've been doing a lot of projects with the communities that you're talking about along the Mississippi River.
So if you actually look, thank you, Commissioner, for that question. If you actually look at our proposal, what we've built in, and this kind of goes to your comment, Commissioner Reese, we actually built in partnering with Wilderness Inquiry to have a canoeing experience for families. Probably something like North Mississippi to Boom Island or 694 to Boom Island. So just really that stretch through the north side there. As someone who grew up on the north side, I have memories of that being an area full of barges. So within the last 10 years, that stretch of the river is really, to me, is a newfound gem that you have very limited boat traffic, and it's a great place for an introductory recreational boating experience. Not right now with our current water levels, though. Maybe, later when water levels are coming down to more moderate.
Commissioner Gibson.
No, that answers it. I can't find it on your proposal, so forgive me, but thank you for letting me know. Bye-bye.
Yeah, they do amazing work. We will have a boating experience on the paddleboard boats, but I do want to also work on having those experiences actually in a canoe on the water.
Thank you. We need to go to the next project, so thank you for your presentation. Next up, proposal ID 2025-254, activating youth and family environmental stewardship through Raptors, University of Minnesota Raptor Center for $228,000. Thank you. Welcome. Again.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a quick question? I'm not able to pull that up in our. Yeah, Mr. Chair, I had a quick question.
Representative Backer, go ahead.
Yeah, when I type that in, and maybe this is a staff question, but when I type it into the LCCMR propose and grant management system, it does not pull up 2025-254, comes up blank. Because that's how it's that one is not pulling up. I don't know if that was not put in the system correctly or what, but I'm not pulling that up. I've had no problems the last couple ones at all, but I'm not able to pull this one up.
Commissioner Albright.
I'm following along too, Representative Backer, and it opened for me, but you can also click on the I button and that will just open in the system as well. Not the PDF, but the PDF did open for me, or it should say it's a Word document, I guess.
Ms. Nash.
Representative Backer, if that doesn't help, and if you want to just maybe delete the search box and just type in 254. And if that doesn't work, then why don't we have a staff person follow up with you offline and do some troubleshooting to make sure that you can get that up. It is coming up for me as well, so.
Okay, yeah, I'm on the web page. That's how because I put what I do right on the web page. So I'm on the proposed evaluation too. So, okay, very good. If everybody else has, I'll get through it. Thank you.
Okay, we'll follow up with you. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Bye. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to keep moving and we'll have staff work with Representative Backer. So with the Raptor Center, welcome and begin your presentation. And we do have a clock. So we have 8 minutes and I'm going to watch the clock. It's going to take us a little bit to get going here in the morning. Coffee's got to kick in. So we're going to be a little bit flexible, but we do need to make sure we're moving timely. We are going to be here all day. So welcome.
Fantastic. I've already got the coffee in, so we'll stay on time here. Thank you very much, Chair Hansen and members. I'd like to thank the Commission for the opportunity to present today. My name is Dr. Victoria Hall. I'm faculty at the College of Vet Med at the University of Minnesota and serve as director of the Raptor Center. The program I'm excited to talk to you about today is a proposal to deliver over 200 innovative, interactive STEM-based education programs across the state of Minnesota, reaching over 2,000 K through 12 students in under-resourced schools and engaging thousands of members of the community through participation in 20 community engagement events. Content will focus on environmental and STEM curriculum topics with the emphasis on using these topics both in schools as well as to activate and engage the family and communities in learnings as well, to foster a holistic, long-lasting conservation ethic. Because at the Raptor Center, we believe that students across the state of Minnesota and beyond should all have access to educational and inspirational environmental programming content, despite resource level or geographic location of the school. Additionally, though, we usually focus with environmental ed on the students, leaving out the vital component of the coordinated family and community engagement to facilitate lasting impact on Minnesota youth. With environmental challenges more pressing than ever before, it's essential we holistically engage both students, expanding access to effective education, and their families and communities to protect the future of Minnesota's environment. As of 2024, the Raptor Center has, for 50 years, it's our anniversary this year, been igniting curiosity and excitement about the natural world through the use of our live education ambassador birds, eagles, hawks, owls, falcons, vultures, birds that students and their families can find right outside their doors here in Minnesota. Over time and through the previous support of the Environmental and Natural Resource Trust Fund, we built up highly effective environmental education programs, and through this proposal, seek to continue to reach schools and students that we would otherwise never be able to reach with exciting, inspirational environmental programs, and continue to expand what that impact could look like. For this project, first, we propose to use live ambassador birds and existing standards-based programming to reach over 2,000 K through 12 students across our state over the 2 years of this project. Programs will highlight the critical role of raptors and ecosystems and promote conservation awareness among students in under-resourced schools. Second, we propose to host family-friendly booths and programs at community events and at the Raptor Center that allows families and community members to experience this environmental education together with their students and children, utilizing materials and messaging which aligns with the content delivered during school programs and inspires environmental action holistically. And third, we want to develop and expand resources we can offer to these families at these events, including resources like activity books that students and families can work through together to supplement learning and encourage exploration of environmental topics, and through expanding online digital resources to include inclusivity and accessibility to content, while fostering, again, that continuous learning and engagement beyond in-person events and school programs. We historically have used free lunch as a metric to identify under-resourced schools that could use assistance or access to programming. And now with the changes to free lunch, we will identify schools for this project as under-resourced through a few factors, including looking at that historic free reduced lunch data, looking at participation in federal title programs, and looking at lack of access to other nature-based programming. We aim to engage the diverse and changing demographics in our state and impact the students and families that hold the environment's future in their hands. This proposal will leverage our extensive network with schools across the state of Minnesota, north to south, east to west, as we work to expand access of this exciting, engaging programming to students and to their families and communities who would otherwise not have the opportunities. Thank you so much for the consideration of this proposal as we all work to protect the future and the environment by investing in our people here in the great state of Minnesota. Thank you, Chair.
Members, any questions? Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and congratulations. 50 years. I've been involved with the Raptor Center for a long time, and I'm just very proud that you've made it this far. I know this project really focuses on Minnesota. I'm just curious if you do, are other states trying to model after what you do, or are they participating in programs via Zoom or something like that?
Director Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. That is a fantastic question. I think like most places during the height of the COVID pandemic, the Raptor Center learned a lot about how to function in a virtual space, which a lot of other states have done. And that has expanded our education programming outside of the state of Minnesota and even to a global level. And when you talk about trying to involve families, you can bring in families who are in different locations and come together. So I think there's definitely a lot of movement in what is the best combination to do in person versus hybrid, and how do we, there's a lot of work that comes to showing up in person, And we know there's a lot of impact to that, but we're also finding there's probably some sweet spots too to, going in person as well as combining virtual space. And that lets you expand geographically. And I think that's what other states are finding too, if that answers your question.
Commissioner Gibson. Commissioner Moore.
Thank you, Chair Hansen, and thank you, Dr. Hall, for your presentation. Some of your past projects with LCCMR and other projects have worked very well with some of the Minnesota tribes. And I'm just curious if you have some plans for that or working in some of the schools near Indian country with this project as well.
Director Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. Absolutely. And I think that is oftentimes the youth that are on some of our tribal nations that border our state are farther away geographically. So I see this opportunity as a fantastic way to allow the resources for us to take programming in person to all the different places across the state. And oftentimes when we're working with our tribal partners and tribal nations, that resource part is really important to being able to physically, get in front of these students who deserve the access to all of the different programming.
Thanks.
Commissioner Moore.
No further questions. Thank you, Chair.
Any further questions? Thank you. We will proceed to the next presentation. Proposal ID 2025-025. Catherine Holcomb, Restoration and Outreach for Minnesota's Native Mussels, Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, Ecological and Water Resources Division, 1.546 million. Welcome and begin your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Great. Again, I'm Catherine Holcomb, the project manager representing the Minnesota DNR and Minnesota Zoo in this collaborative project that will provide restoration and outreach for Minnesota's native mussels. Freshwater mussels are found on the bottom of lakes and streams across Minnesota, and they provide a wide variety of benefits to us and the environment. They help improve water clarity and remove harmful bacteria like E. coli, and they are a foundational part of healthy stream and lake ecosystems, much like coral in a coral reef is the foundation of a healthy marine ecosystem. Unfortunately, more than half of our 51 mussel species in Minnesota are imperiled due to many factors, including dams, stream channelization, and pollution, to name just a few. And many declining mussel populations in Minnesota are no longer able to recover effectively on their own. This is a problem for water quality and healthy aquatic ecosystems across Minnesota. So this collaborative project between the DNR and Zoo aims to address this problem by restoring native mussel populations through three main objectives: propagating and rearing mussels, reintroducing mussels, and monitoring their survival post-release, and outreach. Restoring mussel populations is a long and complex process. Each time we work with a new species, we enter into uncharted territory and have to experimentally determine the optimal growing conditions for the mussel species. The whole process, from propagating mussels, reintroducing them, and monitoring success of the reintroductions, takes a collaborative effort over a long period of time, about 6 years for each species at each reintroduction location. Since 2016, when the DNR and Zoo started working together, we've reintroduced 17,000 mussels into 3 watersheds, but there's still much work to be done to fully restore our mussel populations, and that's why we're asking for your continued support. By the completion of this project, we expect to produce up to 5,000 juvenile mussels per species annually, like this pretty spectacle case. And we plan to successfully propagate species we have not yet worked with. We also plan to expand and improve our post-reintroduction monitoring of our mussels using new tools and techniques. By expanding survey effort around existing mussel reintroduction areas, we expect to find offspring of our propagated mussels, which would indicate the mussels are self-sustaining, the ultimate sign of success. And surveys will also identify new mussel reintroduction sites in new watersheds across Minnesota. All of these outcomes will bring us another step closer to fully restored, self-sustaining muscle populations, which provides Minnesotans with a variety of benefits, including improved water quality, preservation of species diversity, and the ecosystem services they provide at our muscle reintroduction sites. But the benefits will also be felt downstream and will grow with time as the mussel populations reestablish further. Additionally, public outreach is an essential component of our proposed project, and it's an area where the Minnesota Zoo shines. Already, through their outreach efforts, such as the Show Us Your Mussels Challenge, we've seen an increase in the public's understanding of the importance of mussels and how the public can play a role in improving the conservation of our aquatic ecosystems. During the last school year alone, our outreach efforts reached over 63,000 community members. And we expect our expanded outreach efforts will continue to raise awareness in thousands of people and encourage public action, a necessary part of successful mussel conservation. To conclude, we thank the LCCMR for its ongoing support of our mussel restoration and outreach work, and I will take any questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Flooding has been in our mind a lot the last week. Are any of your mussels tagged? And will you be able to go back and look at some of these populations to see if they've survived? Are there any studies on this sort of survival?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. The answer to your question, we do tag our mussels, and there we go. You can see in this photo here, these mussels have tags on them. They're kind of just like a little sticker, these particular ones, but we also put tags on them called pit tags, and they're very much like the chip you would put on your pet dog, so that if you get lost, you can identify, that you have the right dog. It's the same process with the mussels. So we go back to our relocation sites annually and go back and look for mussels to see if they're surviving, whether they've grown, and whether they're reproducing. And by knowing this information for each individual mussel, we get so much more information. We know if there's variation between the mussels, and we just, learn a lot from that. Regarding the flooding, this has been a big flood, as we all know, this year, and time will tell. We haven't been able to get out into the rivers because it's not safe for scuba diving or snorkeling, but hopefully we will be able to find them in the same spot. Hopefully they haven't been pushed downstream too far, but in previous years when we've had high water, they've tended to stay put. And that's, I guess, part of our efforts too, is to find good relocation spots where they're not going to be blown out by high flows. Yeah, that's part of the habitat aspect of determining a good reintroduction site.
Members, any other questions? I have one. When we toured the research facility a few years ago, it's a very cool site. And just wondering, do you have like field days or an open house or something where the public can come in and see the cool work that you're doing?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. We welcome the public coming to our facility anytime. It's always great to give us a heads up on when you would like to visit, just to make sure that somebody is at the office, because sometimes, especially in the summer, we will be out in the field doing our work with the mussels. I would add that last November 2023, we moved to a new facility. So we're new and improved. So even if you have been to our facility before, we encourage you to come back and see what's new.
And where is that facility?
Oh, sorry. We moved across the parking lot. So we're still in Lake City, and our address is 2111 North Lakeshore Drive in Lake City.
Great. And Senator Westrom is here. Senator Westrom, did you have a question? Or just acknowledging your presence? Okay. Any other questions? Oh, Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you for bringing that up, and thank you, Mr. Chair. So if people want to see the mussel display, do they know that it's there? Do you advertise it, or is it just by appointment only? So I just wondered how you get that out to the public, that it's an option.
Yeah, it's mostly word of mouth at this point. Yeah, tell all your friends. And we have contact information on the DNR's website. Folks can find our contact information there if you Google freshwater mussels Minnesota DNR. We have a little web page.
Great. Maybe we can share
Oh,
that.
and I should say too, I've been speaking for the DNR, but the zoo is also a partner of ours, and they do a lot of outreach too. And if you Google with the Minnesota Zoo and freshwater mussels, some of the freshwater mussel specific activities like Show Us Your Mussels will pop up.
Great. Any other questions? Thank you. Seeing none, we'll move to the next presentation. Proposal
Thank you.
ID 2025-053, Joseph Bump, Deer Survival Within Minnesota's Densest Wolf Population, University of Minnesota, CFANS, 809K. Welcome and begin your presentation.
Thank you, Chair Hansen. Good morning. First of all, want to thank all the commission members for the opportunity to present this project today. Deer are a very highly valued wildlife species to all Minnesotans and tribal nations within the state. Culturally, they're a lifestyle for many outdoor enthusiasts, and economically, they generate a lot of revenue for rural communities, especially in the north, but also for metro sporting stores. And they're the #1 revenue generating game species when it comes to funding the Minnesota DNR. So deer hunting is especially important in the Northwoods. And white-tailed deer abundance in northern Minnesota has declined recently, and that has led to considerable public interest and debate regarding why. What are the reasons for that decline? What is the influence of wolves? What is the influence of winter and changing winters? What is the influence of habitat and forestry trends? And how do those factors collectively affect deer populations? This past year, many of you may have noticed that we've seen some billboard biology, we've seen editorials and commentary, and intense debate, even with opposing positions among deer hunting organizations regarding what drives deer mortality in northern Minnesota. So this project addresses that issue, that problem. It brings a scientific approach to studying deer survival and mortality, and all parties that are interested in and have a stake in healthy deer populations recognize the need for better data and information. So we'll study deer survival and habitat use in an area south of Voyageurs National Park. It's an area we refer to as the Greater Voyageurs Ecosystem. And it's an ideal place to try to disentangle how winter, wolves, and habitat affect deer, because it's an area that has supported one of the densest wolf populations in Minnesota for many years. And that Greater Voyageurs ecosystem is also a multiple use landscape with substantial habitat variability. So it ranges from older, mature coniferous forests to forest lands that are intensively logged. And there's a mosaic of county, state, federal, and timber company land, which all have different management objectives and regimes. So that sets up well for studying this issue. It's also an area where we traditionally have had very long, cold winters, but winters are changing. And it's a site also of preliminary work that's discontinued by the DNR, but it documented higher deer mortality from wolf predation than prior studies. So that indicates that wolves may be a greater source of mortality than previously thought, and that's an intensely debated question in the field. So there's not a better place, in our opinion, to try to disentangle how wolves and habitat and winter affect northern northern Minnesota deer populations. And to address that question, our main method is to capture adult female deer, which are the most important demographic sector for the population, and fit them with GPS collars that allow us to estimate their survival every year, what causes mortality, and what habitats they use and depend upon throughout the annual cycle. In supporting this project, we will also be able to leverage long-term data sets on wolves, wolf predation, and deer populations that were collected by the Voyageurs Wolf Project, another ENRTF-supported project. So that'll allow us to better interpret patterns in deer for survival that would be documented in this project. Our specific outcomes are to quantify deer mortality and survival rates and the proportion of the deer population killed by wolves annually in that area. And it will also determine habitat use and preference during winter, summer, fall, as it relates to these different forestry practices. And then we'll be able to evaluate how survival and habitat use changes through the entire annual cycle. And we'll use an established social media platforms and network to inform the public on deer ecology and the factors that influence these populations. So we have a very timely opportunity to gather information that will inform management of a really iconic species that's valued across the state and in the surrounding Great Lakes. And in supporting this project, you're maximizing the impact of previous and ongoing funded research because of how this project will benefit from existing data sets, in particular Wolf Project data. Again, thank you for the opportunity to present, and I look forward to your questions.
Members, any questions? Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Bump. Just curious if you could guesstimate the wolf deer ratio at this point. I know we had a
Dr. Bump.
Chair Hansen and members, the answer to your question, I don't have the details exactly on the top of my head, but I can follow up for the entire commission with that for the greater Voyageurs ecosystem.
Thank you.
Commissioner Faber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Bump, you know, the $64,000 question really is, if we eliminated all the wolves in northeastern Minnesota, I heard your really interesting talk at our annual meeting of the Wildlife Society. I mean, there's this unfortunate belief that if we just eliminate all the wolves, our deer population will flourish in the northern part of the state. And I'm pretty certain that you have a pretty good idea that that's probably not the case. There's all these other factors. And I don't know how we can dispel that held belief, as you said, from some of our deer organizations as well, because that isn't the case. I'm a fan of deer. I'm a deer hunter myself. I'm also a wolf person. And in your study, I think you were specifically talking maybe about fawns and yearlings, mortality of white-tailed deer in that study. Could you give us a little follow-up on that? I mean, yeah, I know it's a big question, but that's what you're trying to answer with this, using the existing data and collecting some more, correct?
Dr. Bump.
Chair Hansen and Commissioner Faber, yeah, excellent point and good question. You know, my interest personally also stems from being a hunter and a wolf person, as you say, both professionally and personally. I think the value of the project that's proposed is that it will gather information that will help us answer under what conditions do these main drivers of deer populations, habitat, winter, and predators have influences. But certainly, as you've indicated in your comments, it's almost certainly not one factor that drives deer populations in snowy areas in northern Minnesota. And I think the more we can present reliable information to inform that debate, to inform policy decisions such as quotas and hunting management, the better we'll be.
Thanks much, Dr. Bump.
Commissioner Moore, and just I want to note that Representative Heinzman is in attendance. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Hansen, and thank you, Dr. Bump. I have a methods question. If I remember correctly, in your proposal, you proposed to capture deer with helicopter capture methods. And I just am curious if you will be exploring alternative methods, having had some experience catching deer in northern Minnesota with helicopters. It can be difficult and expensive. And I just want to caution you that there may be some other approaches that might be more effective.
Dr. Bump.
Chair Hansen, and Dr. Moore, Commissioner Moore and members. It's an excellent point on methods. We've considered multiple methods, including ground-based trapping and baiting. I am familiar with the challenges and risks associated with aerial captures, but if done well, it can be highly efficient. And the previous work by the late Dr. Delgidis in that area of Elephant Lake, just south of our areas, employed helicopter captures. So that's our first choice. But I would welcome continued discussion on alternative methods and contingency methods based on your experience.
Commissioner Moore.
No further questions. Thank you.
And Dr. Bump, you had mentioned to Commissioner Gibson that you could get some information. If you can get that to staff here by 4 p.m. tomorrow, then we can distribute it out to the commission members. Any other questions? I have one, and I thought I heard you mention that you're going to be doing does only. Is that correct?
Chair Hansen and members, that is correct. The proposal is to collar does, and the reason for that is they're the in population biology terms, the highest reproductive value to the population. So breeding does are key to the survival and health of a white-tailed deer population. Fawn survival and recruitment into the population is also important. And it's a healthy debate even among population biologists, which is most important. But we think, to begin anyway, adult breeding does are the segment of the population that we should focus on, and as many are aware of more popularly and hunters are aware of, given the breeding structure of white-tailed deer populations, a lower buck to doe ratio is fine when managing deer populations. It doesn't have to be 1-to-1.
I think there's also a practical impact. I've seen a buck that had been collared younger and then was taken, after the rut, and that neck gets bigger and it's not very pretty. So I think doing the does is practically smart.
Chair Hansen and members, that's an excellent point. Yeah, indeed, there are multiple considerations, additional considerations that are needed if you decide to collar bucks because of their change in physiology during the rut and breeding season. Same for fawns. They're harder to locate and catch, and because they're growing, collaring and studying fawn survival has similar challenges.
Commissioner Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question. I'm just curious to know, are there any deer permit areas in the area that you plan to study?
Dr. Bump.
Yes, indeed, there are. Chair Hansen and members, Commissioner Albright, excellent question. There are deer permit areas. We plan to study deer that are mostly outside the park, but some will travel in the park. But there are 2, if not 3, deer permit areas in our study area, and I can get, along with the details that Commissioner Gibson requested, I can get the permit area numbers to you by the end of the day.
Thank you. We're on to the next presentation. Proposal ID number 2025-010, Jeffrey Broberg, Enhancing Our Resources, Rural Health and Drinking Water, Freshwater Society, 1.062 million. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm having trouble with my video turning on, but I guess you're familiar with my face. It's there. Okay, maybe it'll work now. No. Anyhow, we'll just move ahead because Thanks for having us. It's been a long time and it's good to see you all. I'm doing really well here at my Elba farm in southeastern Minnesota and happy to be presenting to you for an exciting project that we think will link natural resources to where people live and how people live. We have a great set of partners, Minnesota Well Owners Organization, an organization I helped found in 2018 after I left LCCMR and retired from corporate life, and we host well testing clinics for private well owners, along with the Mayo Clinic and just a stellar group of researchers and physicians who want to spread the word about arsenic occurrence in Minnesota. The USGS, preeminent scholars and scientists that have learned and exposed so much about arsenic, and the Minnesota Freshwater, who's got a great outreach and capacity for communications, and the MGWA, Minnesota Groundwater Association. I want to start with some stats. People don't know their water quality. In our well testing clinics, we do a survey of people and we ask, when was the last time they tested their well? Over half of people don't know that it's ever been tested. Other surveys show that less than 10% of people test frequently enough. The Department of Health recommends for arsenic that you test once, and that's not being done. Since 1998, the Health Department and the Well Code has required arsenic testing for new wells. Tested 70,000 wells since that time, and they find high rates in half of Minnesota counties above the health risk limit, meaning that people could be at risk by drinking untreated water. The concerning thing is that they say that 36% of the people that know their test results take no action. So what are we doing here? We're building on the work of many, and we're trying to use natural resource data that's already been invested in, the knowledge of our geology, the County Well Index, the range of the Des Moines lobe, where arsenic minerals occur in the sand and gravel. So we've selected an 8-county area where Mayo Clinic has clinics, has healthcare facilities, and we're teaming up with them to engage people through their family physicians and through our well testing clinics in each of those 8 counties. So we're trying to fill the gap and span the schisms. We're trying to fill the gap between environment natural resource data and knowledge of the occurrence of arsenic. It's not something you can escape if it's in your water. You need to treat it or have an alternative water supply. But what we found is that the knowledge of that is very poor among well owners and physicians. My partner, Dominika Yengen at Mayo, has done a survey of 250,000 Mayo patients and 1,000 Mayo physicians, and she found that they all know little, but want to know more. So this really helps fill the gaps, and we're trying to identify this with the recognition that there are many barriers to people doing this. Convenience is a barrier. People don't go to test their wells because it costs money. It's a financial barrier. It's inconvenient. There are biases and fallacies that people think there's no perceived risk in their drinking water, in their wells, or to their health. There's susceptibility biases and financial threats and knowledge barriers, and we address all of those in our clinics with individual water professionals talking with people. What we're after is avoiding preventable disease by using the natural resource data we have and how it affects people at home. There's a long list of chronic diseases, cardiovascular disease, many cancers. A town in Nova Scotia had a municipal water supply with high arsenic. Deafness is one of the causes, and half of the people are deaf because they drank the water. So we're trying to overcome the barriers with community, direct contact, and put together a resource toolkit that can be used across the entire spectrum. So the utility is to use the natural resource information for the public, to link healthcare professionals with the knowledge of the geology, to develop a protocol and a toolkit that can be used across the state, develop the awareness, And we have these needs. I should mention just quickly before I close that one of our challenges is we do not have a desktop method to test for arsenic. Right now, it needs to be done in a lab, and you'll see a great proposal later on today with people who think they can develop that desktop method in making this so much easier. I'll leave it at that and open it for questions. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Commissioner Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation. It's very interesting to understand that people have safe drinking water. And I'm curious about if someone has a well with arsenic contamination, simply because it's naturally occurring, what can one do? Are there any fixes for wells that have
Yes.
arsenic? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Robert.
Yes, indeed, there are treatment methods, effective treatment methods, some of them very expensive, as small as a zero water pitcher, $40 for a pitcher that will take out all the arsenic. Of course, these things all require maintenance. The health department has a really good cheat sheet on all of the methods that take out arsenic. But here's the challenge. Almost everybody that we talk to above a certain income level has a water softener, and they think it takes out arsenic. It doesn't. You need an ion exchange or one of these specific filters to take it out. So that's part of our goal, is to make sure people understand the utility and availability of safe water treatment systems.
And follow up.
Commissioner Galbraith.
Thank you. So I know that some municipalities use granulated carbon to take out hazardous materials. And I'm just curious, are there private well mini systems for ensuring safe water?
Yes, indeed, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Albright. There's a host of things, and it's a large commercial business in Minnesota. The point being that we stress is you need a water test before you choose your appropriate water treatment. And each of these, has a different scale, whether it's a whole house or a point of use, and a different cost. But once again, you can protect your family from arsenic by using a pitcher that has a filter designed to remove arsenic. It costs just pennies a day. Alternatively, a whole house system that's removing arsenic might be in the $3,000 or $4,000 range, but is durable over a long time. So there are plenty of treatment options, and oftentimes people are unaware of those, and that becomes a barrier itself.
Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Jeff, wish we could see your face.
I'm sorry, I can't do that.
But we recognize that voice. We've been reading a lot about the variety of contaminants that in southern Minnesota. I'm curious as to why you picked arsenic. And secondly, would some of that, when they're testing for arsenic, could they test for other chemicals as well?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Gibson, yes, indeed. The health department recommends testing for 5 compounds: bacteria, nitrates, arsenic, lead, and manganese. That's an expensive set of tests, $150, and often that becomes a barrier to people. So we hope to provide the free arsenic testing to other people, but certainly encourage them to do the other testing. And we do screening for nitrates and chlorides with desktop material at our clinics. We hope to hold 16 clinics. So the fact is that we can engage people and get these water tests through 2 methods. At Mayo Clinic, those physicians will give their patients a voucher for arsenic test, but also encourage them to test for other materials if they haven't done that. At our clinics, we will do the nitrate, chloride, and then offer the free arsenic tests and visit with those people who come in. So it's not exclusive to Mayo patients. It's open to the public, targeted in these 8 counties. We chose these counties because Mayo has facilities there. This is a problem, though, in half of Minnesota counties. So we're hoping this is a pilot project that would show other healthcare systems, other physicians, on how to use the geologic data to help orientate their well owner patients to the risk. If you know the risk, you can take the action. So we have the natural resource data that we've invested in already. We can use that to make people's lives better and help reduce those risks of preventable disease.
Mr. Gibson?
Just had a quick follow-up, but what's it cost to get a test like that for these different compounds?
Mr. Rober?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Gibson. It varies quite a lot around the state. We've looked at this for the scoping of our project, and we have labs that would provide a voucher for a turnkey analysis. I think it's in the range of $70. We've also had labs that will take batch samples for as low as $24 for just the arsenic. But the other tests across the state range from about $125 for all 5 to $300. It varies quite a lot around the state. What we find is many labs don't like dealing with individual well owners. They're fine with taking a batch of samples, but it takes a lot of time. So we're trying to find the way that's convenient for people. It's low cost and convenient for the lab so that we can get these results in people's hands.
Any other questions? Mr. Broberg, I have a question for on arsenic. It's not very water soluble, right? If there's a point source, it's not moving much. Is that correct?
Well, it's water soluble in the geologic time range that water is present in these aquifers. So understand that this is a mineral that occurs in rocks that were carried down in the Des Moines lobe. And we've mapped out the Des Moines lobe, know where that is. We know where the aquifers at risk are. So it does dissolve, and it's slowly dissolvable. It takes a long time to do that. But it's something, if it's in your water, you can't evade it. It's not going to change over time. It's not going to get better or worse. It's something you need to pay attention to. I did, Mr. Chair, want to make a comment too that I forgot to address, and I saw one of the questions in the review earlier was, where are the other agencies in this? We are relying a great deal on the work of the health department. They have some great people there working on these arsenic issues, but these types of projects do not fit into their a 2-year project doesn't fit into the budget of the health department. A 2-year pilot, that's a hard thing for them to hire people temporarily to have this stuff put together. So we're looking forward to their participation, certainly relying on their data and expertise, along with the USGS. But the health department is a clear leader on this in Minnesota. The problem we're faced is that we don't have the resources.
Mr. Roberg, the reason for my question was that, back in the 40s and 50s, the USDA actually provided, I think, arsenic laced oats.
Yes.
There was product that was delivered for grasshoppers. And if there was a surprise in the barn, or obviously those containers are probably dissolved. But if you come across a point source with an extremely high spike, what's the procedure you would have if you find such?
Mr. Chair, those are issues again of a point source and kind of a known risk from that use. There was studies done a number of years ago and found out that those materials that was often mixed with sawdust were stockpiled at fairgrounds and rail sidings. And there are Superfund and voluntary cleanup sites around the state that are dealing with arsenic that has leached out of those pesticides. That's not the issue we're talking about here. Those are typically, like I said, industrial facilities or urban type facilities. We're talking about this ubiquitous problem of arsenic in the minerals of the aquifers.
I understand that, but sometimes you find surprises.
Yes, we do. Absolutely.
And so, you would have to work then moving with
Mhm.
from the health department to the pollution control agency and work with the well owner on probably immediate alternative sources, correct?
Yes, and thank you for that. We have found those instances with nitrates and people who have private wells near fertilizer plants, and we've had to deal with that through the appropriate agencies when we have those exceedingly high numbers from those sources.
Thank you. We're out of time. Thank you, Mr. Broberg. Next
Mr.
up.
Chair.
Oh, Representative Heinzman, sorry, I did not see your hand up, so go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This will only take a second. I just want to make a comment quickly. Having served, here on the LCCMR, and then also I serve on the Clean Water Council, just want to point out, I think this might be a better fit there with Clean Water Council as opposed to here at the LCCMR. There's lots of buckets of money, and I think as we talk about something, very specifically water testing, and I know that we've had this conversation there as well, but for the benefit of the members and the public, I'm just going to make that suggestion.
Thank you. Proposal ID 2025-258, Keith Rapp, biofilm mediated destruction of PFAS in groundwater, Bay West LLC, 1.699 million. Welcome and begin your presentation.
Good morning, LCCMR Chairman and members of the Commission. My name is Keith Rapp, and I'm a hydrogeologist with Bay West, headquartered here in St. Paul. Bay West is 50 years old, and we perform environmental, industrial, spill response, and safety services for public and private sector clients in Minnesota and across the country. With me here today in support of our project, biofilm-mediated destruction of PFAS in groundwater, is Ms. Jonna Spanier, a professional engineer and one of our PFAS remediation experts. We appreciate this opportunity to describe this project to LCCMR and the citizens of the state of Minnesota. Society is becoming much more aware of the issues involving PFAS, from health and safety problems amongst our citizens, the environmental exposures we occur, food and water resource contamination, and fish and wildlife bioaccumulation. Seemingly every niche across the globe appears to be affected by PFAS, and that's because it's true. Significant attention and resources have been directed towards PFAS removal from our environment from a list of over 15,000 chemicals, commonly referred to as forever chemicals. Existing PFAS cleanup technologies are largely limited to above ground or point source treatment technologies at a centralized location. This is a PFAS treatment technology. And like similar point source treatment technologies, it's extremely expensive to implement due to intensive infrastructure costs coupled with high energy inputs and residual waste products. Some PFAS constituents are now classified as hazardous. Remediation strategies, however, holistically address the entire environmental conditions, the exposure routes, environmental media being soil, water, air, and biota, and the corrective action options to eliminate these environmental contaminants. However, little attention has been placed on field-scale bioremediation technologies to destroy PFAS in the ground, which would mitigate the need for point-of-contact treatment technologies. PFAS destruction would occur without ever having to touch the chemical, and Bay West is uniquely qualified to tackle that challenge. Biofilm-mediated bioremediation is the only sustainable remedial option. In nature, microbes control the nature and destruction of our environmental contaminants. Biofilms form structures to facilitate that biodegradation of contaminated groundwater. We design, develop, and grow biofilms capable of destroying PFAS by bioremediation. Bioremediation is the use of naturally occurring or deliberately introduced microorganisms or other life forms to consume or break down environmental pollutants. PFAS chemistry, however, is unlike anything in which we've encountered, with the carbon-fluorine bonds the strongest known in nature. Additionally, fluorine in nature is a ferocious oxidizer. It reacts with all organic matter, including microbes, rendering environments toxic. This project has identified and will collect viable microorganisms present under natural conditions in contact with existing PFAS sources, including impacted landfill leachate, indigenous microbes from PFAS impacted aquifers, and directly isolating microbial growth on physical medium in nutrient-sufficient groundwater. Many studies have identified individual microbes capable of degrading PFAS. However, biofilm-mediated biodegradation is the only means capable of destroying these contaminants in situ, removing the risk that they pose. This project will incorporate new and novel testing and destructive technologies, demonstrating and refining effective approaches at eliminating these toxic chemicals at the field and aquifer scale. Upon completion, Bay West will let the world know that society is finally ready to transition from point-of-use treatment technologies to full-scale remedial strategies capable of tackling this enigma at a large scale. At the completion of this project, Bay West will team and prepare and share the results with the LCCMR, state and regulatory partners, community stakeholders, and the public. This will truly change the world, for nothing lasts forever. And I'd like to point out that we had one question posed to us from a member, which revolved around 3M's involvement in this process. And all we can say from Bay West is that, to our knowledge, 3M has not volunteered to fund this technology. And with that, I'll take your questions. And we appreciate the opportunity here today.
Commissioner Gibson.
Chair, appreciate it. I looked at your website and it's impressive. You've done a lot of different types of cleanup across the area. And I noticed that you, at the end, mentioned the water oxidation process for PFAS. And also that you've got 200 employees. I'm just curious, did you come to the state for some of your other methods? And why did you decide to come to the LCCMR for this?
Well, Commissioner members, so much of the involvement of our environmental consulting and remediation has been related to these earlier point of contact. Supercritical water oxidation, plasma, incineration. Those are the technologies which were first developed because they had to be. We had to treat things like the city of Woodbury's water supply, where we collect water at one location and then you treat the PFAS there with resins or activated carbon or another method. And we've gotten really good at that. And those technologies are still developing, but we now need to go to the place where the PFAS resides, and that's in our groundwater and soil in the state of Minnesota. And you might have heard from other individuals here, but it's difficult to collect a water sample in Minnesota and not detect some kind of PFAS in it. It is ubiquitous. Day-old baby polar bears have PFAS in their blood. So we need to go to the source, and along with other methods to solve this problem, including reducing our production and our distribution of PFAS containing materials. But if we can eliminate the need to treat this material, having to collect it and move it to a central location and deal with it in the ground, that is a vastly superior way to do it. We don't have to touch it. We don't have to move it. We don't have to do anything with it. We destroy it in the ground. And that is the logical progression of the PFAS remediation process. And so why we came to LCCMR is that there aren't any of the state agencies that deal with water quality such as this that we're ready to do this. And so we feel LCCMR is a great organization that takes these kinds of projects, embraces them, and funds them, and we find out the answers that we can do to help this situation. And thank you for the question.
Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you. I'm not questioning your methods. We're going to be reviewing, I think, 5 different projects that are trying to rid our environment of PFAS. My question is why a for-profit organization is coming to the LCCMR, and when I see non-trust fund funds that you are not putting in any funding for this?
Mr. Rapp.
Commissioner and members, that is one unique situation with Bay West being a private company. We have had discussions with several nonprofits to possibly lead this, because then we can do the work and funnel the information in the same way that we would, but it would be through a nonprofit in the state of Minnesota. So it is something that we have discussed. We've discussed it with LCMR staff when we had a question and answer period with them. And should we be selected, that would be one of the things that we would be rooting out in our proposal. And thank you for that question as well. I hope that I answered it correctly or sufficiently.
Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just listening, and I appreciate that there's folks working on the PFAS issue. And I feel compelled to respond to the suggestion that someone who happens to be organized as a for-profit somehow shouldn't make an effort to include the LCCMR in their portfolio support. PFAS is clearly a very concerning issue, not just in Minnesota, but all over the world. And if we can help to work on that, I hope that we wouldn't draw the line and say, well, we'd like to, but you're organized as a for-profit, so therefore we're not interested. I think that at least having the opportunity to hear the proposal is a positive, and I'm glad that we have had that opportunity today.
Mr. Rapp.
Chair and Commissioner Heinzman, thank you, and we greatly appreciate the opportunity to be here today talking to you. You'll find that a lot of research is done outside university organizations and nonprofits, and they are profit companies because they're labs, they're think tanks, they're organizations like Battelle and a lot of work is being done outside of that realm. And I think Bay West here and Bar last year with a PFAS proposal that you funded, you're going to see more nonprofits coming because we have great ideas. Companies like ours hire the best and the brightest. And that's why we're here today, because we've got a lot of experience and knowledge in this that doesn't exist anywhere. What we're trying to do isn't taught in any university class. It is done solely by gathering knowledge through trial and error on projects that we've done across the country. And we completely understand the hesitancy of the organization like LCCMR about funding a for-profit company. So it's something that we've spent a lot of time discussing internally and exploring outside our organization to get that resource so that this doesn't have any appearance of the commission funding a for-profit company. We appreciate that, and of course we really appreciate the opportunity to speak for you today. So thank you for the question, and I hope I answered it effectively.
Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Chair. I think that it's important that we work on this issue globally and cooperatively, for profits, not for profits, wherever the universities and colleges all can contribute. It seems that the greater good should be in consideration. So thank you for that response.
Commissioner Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to also comment that subject matter experts aren't always in the university systems, as the proposer has said, and they're not always in the nonprofit area. And sometimes we must rely on for-profit businesses that hire the best and the brightest out of our universities, for that matter. I know that City of Bemidji has built 2 phases of water treatment to take PFAS out of our our water, and part of that funding came from the state of Minnesota through $10 million bonding, as well as water and sewer rates are going to be increased for every person that is hooked up to Bemidji city water and sewer. So it is in the best interest of our state as a money-saving measure to try and figure out how do we manage PFAS, deal with PFAS without having to build water treatment centers and in every community, and also private individuals having to have individual water treatment. So thanks for your proposal. I had not selected it in the first round, but I am tending to think it's a good proposal, and I appreciate your comments. That's all. Thanks.
Commissioner and Chair,
Mr. Rapp.
I would like to just follow up with reiterating that the procedures that we go through to develop this, we're doing this and we are not looking to patent anything or do anything like that. We're doing this for the greater good. What we do here today and through this project will be shared freely with everybody. This is for the greater good of Minnesota and the country and the world. And so we're here proposing to do this not for profit for Bay West, other than doing this project, but we're doing it for the greater good of our society. And we would really like to enforce that and let you know that this is a really solid group of people who are truly concerned. We come across PFAS on our projects all the time, and we gotta solve this problem. Thank you.
And I'm going to have Ms. Nash just talk a little bit about our procedures relating to for-profit. I think Mr. Rapp, you just kind of hit the key point, and that's the ownership of the research. So Ms. Nash.
Mr. Chair and members, I just wanted to share with you some information about how LCCMR and state of Minnesota policies may impact for-profit applicants. Our guidance on allowable expenses provides that expenses must be directly related to and necessary for project outcomes, and that no broad allocations for costs in either dollars or percentages are allowed. So profit for-profit and overhead for nonprofits are not considered direct and necessary costs. So if a for-profit company is the applicant receiving the award, they must provide assurance that for the purposes of the grant, the project is operating at cost and that no profit margin or markup for the company is built in. At cost means seeking reimbursement for expenses directly incurred on the project at the same price paid for them. For-profits, just as well as nonprofits, can include staff working on reporting and financing, but those need to be included at the same rate and benefits paid to them by the company, and that project time has to be separately tracked, clearly reported and justified as being direct and necessary for the project. And then I also just want to point out that that is different from a for-profit company working as a contractor on another project. And that is different because that process has to follow an open bidding process. So when an applicant comes to us, we give them money and they say they're going to go hire a private contractor, they need to put out an RFP, and then people competitively bid on that. And that is the check on the cost. And so if you are a subcontractor on a project, you can include those costs. But if you are a direct applicant, you may not.
And Mr. Rapp, do you understand those requirements, and are they included in the proposal?
Chair and committee members, and particularly Commissioner Nash, thank you for the explanation. We had that explanation with Mr. Campana from your staff before, and so we've factored all that in. Thus, our desire to go to nonprofits and possibly have them be the lead in this, and also garnishing some of their resources. Like we said, it's kind of a novel area that we've encountered with this process, and we've struggled mightily with the best way to do this. So those factors are included in our proposal. And so I guess I have nothing to say to change what we've presented before the LCCMR. And thank you for the question. And hopefully I answered it correctly.
Thank you.
And sufficiently.
Time's up. The next presentation is proposal ID 2025-288. Adam Arvidsson, Shoreline Restoration and Enhancement in Minneapolis Lakes, Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board, $1 million. Welcome and begin your presentation.
Thank you, Chair and Commission members. My name is Adam Arvidsson, and I'm the Director of Strategic Planning at the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board. I want to first say a note of thanks to specifically Tom Dietrich and other LCCMR staff for accommodating a schedule issue that I had tomorrow. And I apologize to the committee for making you detour from your water resources morning to talk about more of an enhancement project for shorelines. But I'm going to connect it to water, so hopefully you don't have to sidestep too far. This project, our request is for $1 million, which would augment some additional funding to restore shoreline around approximately 20% of the entire lakeshore of the Minneapolis chain of lakes. So it's a big chunk that we're hoping to do by leveraging a couple of additional funding sources. I want to start with a little bit of context around what the Park Board is doing around environmental landscapes. You've heard from me repeatedly and in this committee, including just last week, about our work to really bring back native landscapes and restored landscapes into the city. And shorelines and water resources are a really critical piece of this. We have created long-range vision plans for our entire park system, much of which really do address the many, many miles of public shoreline that exist within the city of Minneapolis. It's one of the things that makes this a really unique city in the nation, is all of that public shoreline. It also creates a massive opportunity to do right by those shorelines and the habitat benefits they provide. The chain of lakes is now fully master planned, and those master plans look to aggressively restore the shoreline to a more resilient ecosystem. I want to make a quick note because sometimes it looks like, oh, wow, you're spending a lot of money in Southwest Minneapolis. How is that equitable? This is really just one piece of many different projects that we are working on around the city having to do with shorelines. Just by way of example, we've been working for years through Lessard-Sams funding on Lake Nokomis. We were fortunate enough to receive funding from this body for Shingle Creek, which is going to be matched with local dollars and money from the Shingle Creek Watershed Management Commission. We've just recently completed a project to improve water quality in Bassett Creek with local dollars in partnership with the Bassett Creek Watershed Management. We have LCCMR funding to restore shoreline and to reintroduce mussels. You heard about mussels earlier today, I think, on the upper Mississippi. And we're in the midst of finalizing a long-term agreement with the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District to bring a significant funding to that creek. So this is really just one piece of a puzzle. We seek lots of different funding sources to do this shoreline work. We think it's a critical piece of improving habitat within the city, within the urban core. The basic overview here is that the Minneapolis chain of lakes sees 8 million visits a year. It is the second most visited tourist attraction in the state of Minnesota and its most visited park. The shorelines are eroding. They are older style, kind of pastoral, lawn to the edge shorelines in a lot of locations, and they are not resilient to the climate swings that we are experiencing right now. After multiple years of wetness, we went into multiple years of dryness, and now we've got another wet one on us. And that sort of turf grass with some weedy vegetation on the edge, it gets undercut. And by restoring shoreline here, we can create more of a spectrum of aquatic landscapes all the way up through the upland that is more resilient to both the dry periods and the wet periods. So that's the basic fundamental idea of what we want to do. The reason why we're coming to LCCMR is really to enhance a project that was funded through the governor's modernization of the regional parks funding during the last legislative session, 2023. The Park Board has opted to use 1.9 million of its allocation from that source to do shoreline restoration primarily at the chain of lakes. Bigger projects are more efficient. And we feel like we can take an even bigger bite out of this problem if we add LCCMR money into that funding mix. And with the 1.9 from the governor's modernization project, along with an LCCMR allocation, we're expecting to be able to restore 2.7 miles of Minneapolis chain of lakes shoreline, which is a significant investment in an eroded and degraded shoreline area. In essence, we want to do right by environment in the city. We want to expose urban residents to the benefits of high quality habitat in their urban parks. And we want to be as efficient as possible with the public dollars, both local and state. And so that's why we're asking you to step into our existing funding from the governor and from the legislature in order to expand a project and do more all at once. And with that, Chair, I will stand for questions.
Members, any questions? Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two questions. How do you prioritize the areas? And secondly, the area really needs to be cleared of buckthorn. As many of us know, there was a woman raped and kidnapped on Cedar Lake because of an area that was overrun with buckthorn. And so I hope that you will also make sure that these areas are safe when you're doing this restoration.
Director Arvidsson.
Yes, Chair, Commission Member Gibson, thank you for the question. In terms of the prioritization, part of that will have to do with the existing landscape that we have. So we're going to be looking at areas that are the most degraded and most overrun with invasive species. And also, I think part of that calculus is areas that are most impacting human use, right? Whether that is an inability to easily access the lakes for water sports, or the safety concerns that you raise. So we're going to be doing a comprehensive inventory of all the lake shoreline. Part of that work has already been done as part of our master planning efforts. And then we will be prioritizing those areas that are the most degraded, that have the most invasive species infiltration, and also are currently the most, let's say, restrictive for human use in terms of both safety and recreational usability. We will be considering also habitat potential alongside of that. But we do have lots of degraded shorelines, actively eroding areas that are likely to affect infrastructure in the near future if they continue. So those are things that we're going to have to be taking a look at.
Members, any other questions? Should note that Senator Green is here. Welcome, Senator Green. I have a question, Mr. Arvidsson. So I'm trying to keep track of the different sources of funding. So, you know, we were out and toured on the bonding tour, but we didn't get some bonding money, but we did put some money into the park implementing agencies from lottery and lose some additional dollars. So you have park board money, you have money that comes from outdoor heritage, you get money that comes from park legacy. So, you know, the commission in the past has expressed some concerns of layering. If all the layers add up, there's no local money, you know, is the park board putting money into the project, or is this leveraging other state dollars from other sources?
Chair, yes, admittedly, the way the park board is funded is extremely complex. We receive several different sources of funding from the state, in addition to the times that we're successful with competitive grant programs like this one. This particular project would utilize what was approved in the 2023 session as the modernizing the regional parks bonding dollars. So that was sort of an extra appropriation beyond the normal regional park bonding. And it had some different restrictions on it than the normal money. So we're looking at using that work to essentially modernize these shorelines. This particular project, unlike the one that I presented last week, which has a lot of local money in it, this one doesn't technically have any local money in the capital portion. However, the park board, because the O&M lottery appropriations to the regional park system are typically under state statute, the local governments do step in and essentially overspend on the maintenance and operation once the capital is finished. So with this project, the park board would be spending then a significant portion of local dollars to maintain the landscapes that are installed through the capital assistance of the state. The park board doesn't tend to spend local capital dollars in the regional park system, in part because it is spending additional operations and maintenance dollars beyond the state's normal obligation in those regional parks.
Thank you.
Mhm.
At Senator Westrom.
Oh.
Commissioner Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Arvidsson, did I understand this correctly that you're using 2023 dollars from the state for match for the capital project? Is that correct?
Dr. Arvidsson.
Sorry, Chair, Commissioner Reese, yes, that's correct.
Commissioner Reese.
Thank you. And maybe this question is directed towards Director Nash. So do we have any guidelines established for the matching dollars and the capital provisions? It seems like, when we're requesting 25% match, that should be used at the same time of the project first and foremost, and then it should be non-state match.
Director Nash.
Mr. Chair and members, what is written into law is merely that the match needs to be from non-ENRTF sources. When the capital project subcommittee met and were discussing the introduction of match, the match requirement, our memory as staff is that they discussed having kind of permissive guidelines on that match, and that it could be other state funds, and that it could be funds spent on previous phases of a project. And that is, from my understanding, a little more flexible than some other state grant programs. But our memory is that members discussed this because they wanted it this way so that it wasn't sort of a undue burden, especially on smaller organizations that were requesting funds of this nature.
Commissioner Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My recollection is when we were discussing the capital projects, we were trying to model it after bonding capital projects, and those require 1/3, in many cases, 1/3 cash match. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Nash.
Mr. Chair and members, I think it's something that there's, it's not in law, so it is something that members could discuss and create some different guidance on. I just want to say though that for this round, these are the rules that we communicated to the applicants. So many of the applicants, we had conversations with them before they submitted their proposal, and some of them asked them, is this okay? And so in these cases, we did say, yes, that this was okay, because this is what our understanding of the commission's intent was.
Chair, may I?
Director Arvidsson.
I just want to make one clarification in this conversation, that we're proposing a single project with both of these funding sources all at once. The funding was appropriated from the state in 2023. We have not expended those dollars yet. So we're not trying to match against a project that's already complete. This would all take place at one time with a single phase project of 2.75 miles of shoreline.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we're back on time. So next up, project ID 2025-181, Satoshi Ishii, highly efficient nutrient removal technology for agricultural drainage, University of Minnesota College of Biological Sciences, 460,000. Welcome and begin your presentation.
Mr. Chair and members, thank you very much for providing me with the opportunity to present our proposed research. My name is Satoshi Ishii, Associate Professor at the Biotechnology Institute at the University of Minnesota. The environmental problem this project will address is the issue of the issue of nutrients, especially nitrate discharged from agricultural non-point sources. Nutrient pollution can cause eutrophication in rivers, lakes, and oceans. Nitrate contamination in groundwater wells can also cause human diseases. This is a persistent problem. Extensive efforts have been made to reduce nutrient loss from agricultural drainage. However, the nutrient removal efficiencies of existing technologies such as wood chip bioreactors and constructed wetlands is not satisfactory, especially in early spring when water temperature is low and large quantities of water and nitrate are discharged into waterways. The emission of nitrous oxide, N2O, a potent greenhouse gas from wood chip bioreactors and wetlands is also of concern. The proposed solution to this problem is to apply our novel bioreactor technology, which uses corn cups, microbial immobilization technology, lignin degrading microbes, and cold adapted nitrate into removing bacteria. The image on the right shows the concept of our reactor. Corn cobs. Here is the corn cobs. Corn cobs are bioproducts of corn production. It can be used as a sustainable medium for bioreactors. To enhance nutrient removal, we will coat the corn cobs with lignin degrading microbes and cold adapted nitrate reducers, previously identified in a natural environment by our group. These microbes convert complex organic carbon to simple carbon, which will be used by bacteria to remove nitrate and N2O. In the proposed project, we will first test laboratory-scale bacteria-coated concave bioreactor with actual agricultural drainage, and then we will install and operate field-scale bacteria-coated concave bioreactors in agricultural drainage ditches. We will also conduct various outreach activities to disseminate the results to farmers and the public. The outcome of this project is bacteria-coated concave bioreactors installed in ditches for the treatment of agricultural drainage. These bioreactors can be used to remove nitrates and other nutrients with minimum emission of N2O, thereby contributing to improving Minnesota's water quality and easing global warming. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Commissioner Reese.
Thank you, Dr. Ishii. Appreciate your presentation. I was curious, we already do use wood chips in bioreactors to remove nutrients in agricultural drainage. Is there something novel about your process and about the corn cobs itself that is an improvement over current use of wood chips.
Dr. Ishii.
Yes, Mr. Chair and members, thank you for your question. Yes, so we have been working on wood chip bioreactors over years, and what we found was the carbon source is mostly limiting the efficiency of nitrate removal. So we are proposing to use concave, and we will coat the concave with organic matter degrading microbes. Thereby, these bacteria break down concaves and then provides this carbon to enhance nitrate removal. And the reason we also use concaves is it is more sustainable than wood chips because concaves can be produced every year.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So have you looked at sourcing corn cobs? Is it going to include that as part of your work too, is to harvest corn cobs? It's, we've done quite a bit of corn cob harvesting, and that has some challenges as well. So just curious on how you plan to approach that.
Dr. Ishii.
Yes, thank you for your question. Yes, so this the sorting of corn cobs is part of the research. Actually, we try to find the partners of corn cob producers, but they quit their business because they couldn't find a good. There is not a big business opportunity for corn cob right now. But once we show that concave bioreactor is a strong potential solution for this this problem, we may create a new business opportunity for concave producers and farmers as well.
Thank you, Doctor.
Commissioner Reese.
Thank you, Doctor. Appreciate your answers.
Any other questions? I have a couple of questions, looking at the photo there and, maybe some valuable research. It looks like you've got a muskrat house right near the tile. Without the guards, the muskrat usually they can go into those tile. And so impacts of pests on bioreactors, and then also the situation we have now with flooding, like when that drainage ditch gets full and the water level is above the tile outlet and backs up, and if the bioreactor is underwater for a week or two, what are the impacts on the bioreactor, one with pests and with flooded, saturated conditions on the biochemistry that happens in the bioreactor?
Yes, yes, Mr. Chair and members. Yes, yes. Thank you for your question. Honestly, we haven't thought about the impact of pest, but we will place the concaves in a secured container so that I don't think the pest can approach and eat the concave materials. But we will optimize these bioreactor configurations in the field. Also, one more thing I want to clarify is the concave bioreactor can be installed in the ditch, not in the soil. So there are several places that the bioreactor can be installed in the ditch itself, or maybe ditch diversion, or maybe some retention pond for the agricultural drainage.
Thank you. With no other questions, we'll move on to the next presentation. Proposal ID number 2025-278, Natasha Wright, Recovering Salts from Highly Saline Wastewater, University of Minnesota College of Science and Engineering, $272,000.
All right, good morning to the chairs and members of the committee. My name is Natasha Wright, and I'm in the Department of Mechanical Engineering at the University of Minnesota Twin Cities. My work in general focuses on desalination, where desalination means the removal of salts from water. Specifically, I have worked on the design of decentralized and on-site desalination treatment plants moving technology from lab to pilot in everything that we work towards. So it may be obvious why desalination in arid regions of the country or for coastal United States is relevant. However, Minnesota also has issues with salt in our waterways. Two salts of potential concern in Minnesota are chloride and sulfate. To protect fish and other aquatic life, the water quality standard in Minnesota for chloride is set at 230 milligrams per liter, where high levels of chloride are present in Minnesota currently as a result of many factors, including salts used for water softeners, road maintenance, industry, and agriculture. So currently there's actually over 100 wastewater treatment plants in Minnesota that are likely to receive limits based on chloride. For many communities, upgrading their current wastewater treatment plant to meet these new permit limits is too expensive given current technology. So the technology does exist to remove chloride and sulfate, but no matter what technology you choose, you're going to end up with two different streams. The first is a clean water stream, and the second is a highly concentrated brine stream. And so one category of technologies that can do that first desalination process are membrane-based technologies, and a basic diagram is in the upper right of my screen. Water enters the membrane module at high pressure and is forced through the membrane, resulting in clean water on the other side of the membrane. However, the cost of managing the brine stream is actually the dominant factor of the total cost of your system installation. So in fact, a report that was commissioned by the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency and funded by ENTRF in 2018 reviewed 31 technologies and their potential at 6 hypothetical Minnesota wastewater treatment plants. In that report, membrane technologies of reverse osmosis and nanofiltration were seen as promising. However, they noted that brine management would account on average for 91% of the operating cost, or 5.2 million was the estimated value there, every year for every plant. And so it's the treatment of this brine, this salt-laden liquid waste, that's the focus of my research group at the University of Minnesota and is the focus of our proposal to you this year. And so in a previous ENTRF funded project that we had with you a few years ago, we explored the use of convection enhanced evaporation to concentrate brine streams. The system, which is in the top left of the screen, utilizes packed horizontal surfaces to increase evaporation for a given area of land, and it increases evaporation by over 50 times. We modeled the system and we experimentally validated the performance of that system. And by actively controlling its operation, depending on ambient conditions, we were able to reduce the energy consumption of that system by about 30%. The control method we developed under that grant was awarded a US patent earlier this year. However, there remains a key challenge associated with convection enhanced evaporation, as well as all brine concentration systems. And that's that as water evaporates from the brine, what remains becomes supersaturated. And in this supersaturated state, salts are more likely to crystallize, forming scale, an example shown on a membrane surface in the image above. And this has historically been viewed as a maintenance problem that leads to expensive chemical or mechanical clean-in-place procedures. In this proposal, we ask, what if that didn't have to be the case, right? What if we could intentionally crystallize salt when and where we wanted it in order to both reduce the cost of brine concentration, as well as potentially enable useful recovery of those salts? It's important to understand how fast salts crystallize, how fast they grow, how big each crystal becomes, depends on a lot of different factors, including the instantaneous salt concentration, temperature, and time. Our team has received federal funding to develop and validate a model that couples these behaviors for relevant salts at constant temperature and concentration. But I've already said that as we concentrate brine, so as time moves forward in those processes, the brine keeps getting saltier. The temperature of the brine also changes. And so aim one of our proposal to you will be to construct an integrated model of the brine concentrator coupled with the salt crystallization process. This new configuration will have the brine pass back and forth between the two stages so that the salts will become concentrated in the concentrator stage. They'll become supersaturated. The brine will then pass to the crystallizer where the salts will crystallize and be removed. Brines then pass back to the concentrator. We will validate that model both using bench scale controlled evaporation tests, as well as using commercially available concentrators. The primary outcomes of this research will be an integrated model of crystallizer and concentrator behavior and validation of that model with experiments. We expect that this will lead to novel brine reduction technology and a solution to significantly reduce the cost of performing desalination on site at industries or at wastewater treatment plants, protecting Minnesota waterways from sulfate and chloride contamination. I'd like to thank you for your attention, members of the committee, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Members, any questions? Commissioner Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Doctor, for your presentation. This is a huge issue in rural areas, especially with industries that use considerable amount of water. The cost is becoming prohibitive and to some extent driving industry away. So just curious, from your study standpoint, will you evaluate the economics of this process versus existing technologies to see where it might fit?
Dr. Wright.
Absolutely. Thank you for your question, Commissioner. So as part of both the previous ENTRF funded project and currently, my lab engages with a number of those industries as well as with the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency to try to understand what those current limitations are. One of the benefits of using a decentralized technology like this for on-site industrial treatment before the wastewater even gets to a municipal facility is that the types of salts are more limited. And so you can better design your system specifically targeting the constituents that they have versus all the mixture of different salts that you might have at a centralized facility. And so absolutely, we are continuously talking with those organizations for the current patent that has gone through. We have a few different companies that are interested in that patent, in which we've been having conversations under NDA about their current cost of treatment, as well as how that might compare to the CEE system and what, if any, value they would see in useful salt recovery, which depends a lot on the industry and what salts they're actually using. And you are correct that we have seen a few industries leave the state as a result of not being able to meet the effluent standards in Minnesota.
Follow up.
Commissioner Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You happen to mention patent, so I have to ask. Is that patent and IP developed under past LCCMR or ENTRF funding? And is that are the royalties potentially passing through or passing back to the LCCMR, Environmental Natural Resource Trust Fund?
Dr. Wright.
Thank you for your question, Commissioner. So yes, we understand. I'm working with the University of Minnesota office on commercialization on these questions. They do have the breakdown of the portion which was from LCCMR funding versus federal funding. There was a significant component that was from LCCMR, and yes, those would be passed back should the patent get licensed.
Thank you, Dr. Wright.
Members, any other questions? Dr. Wright, I was trying to remember my high school chemistry and the negative and positive charges and with chlorides and what else can stick, what else would stick to those chlorides beyond sodium chloride, or, we've had presentations about PFAS. Are you looking at other contaminants with the scaling and with both the increasing concentration of brine, but also the crystallization as well?
Absolutely. So there's a number of different salts that can form. So positive and negative charges, as you mentioned. So on the positive side, we have things like sodium and calcium and magnesium. On the negative side, we have things like chloride and sulfate and carbonate, and those can combine in any combination. So it might be calcium sulfate, which is also called gypsum. It might be calcium carbonate. It might be magnesium carbonate. It might be sodium chloride. So those are all salts that can form and can crystallize. And so one of the things that we're studying under our current grant is how those different salt formations change as a function, as we said, of temperature, concentration, as well as in the presence of each other. Okay. All of those things can create issues where they look like the image up above and they land on your heat transfer surface or your mass transfer surface, which decreases the efficiency of your process. And that's why we want to try to crystallize them in a specific location. You also mentioned PFAS. So one hypothetical future scenario is as we move towards centralized PFAS treatment, potentially using something like reverse osmosis, although there are also other technologies for PFAS removal. Any technology that has a brine, it is almost always easier to manage it once it's more concentrated. And so those brine streams are still often using some sort of concentrate minimization, concentrate process. And so while the interaction of PFAS with the salts might be less relevant, things like the concentrators, the top left image, and what we've already been working on with that technology is certainly relevant to brine concentration more generally.
Commissioner Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I may have missed this in your presentation, but your flow chart there looks like that once the salt is crystallized, it can be reused. And I'm just curious about any contaminants that might be in the crystallized salt, that how you would manage those. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. So whether or not the salts can be reused is going to depend on what's in the brine in the first place. And so that's one thing I mentioned, where the more decentralized your treatment is, if I'm treating, like, let's say there's a textile dyeing plant, they're going to use a lot of sodium chloride, for example, and that's the salt that's primarily being added, in which case the purity of the salt coming out of the concentrated brine is going to be greater, right? And there's more likelihood that we'd be able to reuse it potentially within the same industry. If we are combining salts from a number of different industries into a central plant and then concentrating it, we'll still be able to get solid salt. We may be able, and actually what we're trying to do is selectively precipitate the sodium chloride, for example, versus the gypsum, that calcium sulfate. However, the purity of that separation is going to be harder. Maybe it's 95% pure sodium chloride or whatever. And so whether or not you're able to reuse it is going to depend a bit on the industry and or the other clients that might be interested in purchasing that salt. Whether or not there are scarce elements, fluoride or arsenic or things like that is really going to depend on what's in the water to begin with. There are ways to remove individual ions like that, although maybe save that, or you can ask me more about it if that's of interest, but really it depends on what's in the brine to begin with.
Commissioner Albright.
Thank you. So this project or investigation will be on point source chloride or salt, not non-point source like personal. I know in the Alexandria area, for example, there's a high salinity because of water softening. And so that's not what you're looking at. You're just looking at point source industrial uses.
Dr. Wright.
The technology could be relevant to both. So one of the options is in communities that currently do residential water softening. There are proposals in some areas to look at municipal water softening, centralized water softening instead. When you do that, you would still have this brine stream, and you could certainly use a technology like this to try to recover some of those salts. Okay? Hypothetically, you could think about recovering salts from the water softener process itself. That requires a lot of behavior change on behalf of the homeowner. And so that's a kind of an area I haven't dug into thinking about how realistic that actually is. But yes, this would be treating either doing centralized water softening or at a wastewater treatment plant, the brine coming from those home water softeners, if they are connected to the municipality, potentially treating that wastewater in a centralized facility. That would be the primary two applications on the water softening side.
Your time, so thank you. Next up, project ID 2025-150, Christine Dahl. Impact of statewide conservation practices on stream biodiversity, University of Minnesota College of Science and Engineering, $358,000. So 300,000, excuse me. College of Biological Sciences. Impact of statewide conservation practices on stream biodiversity. Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Chair Hansen and members of the committee. My name is Christine Dolph, and I am a research scientist in the Department of Ecology, Evolution, and Behavior at University of Minnesota. And I'm here on behalf of my collaborators today to talk about our project. which is called Impact of Statewide Conservation Practices on Stream Biodiversity. And really, this project aims to address two opportunities. So the first opportunity is about getting the most value out of the dollars that state and local governments have already invested in monitoring the health of streams and rivers. Over the past several decades, the state of Minnesota and local agencies have invested a substantial amount of resources to collect biodiversity data from streams and rivers across the state. For example, the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency receives funds from the Clean Water Legacy Amendment to conduct rigorous biodiversity assessments of streams and rivers. That typically looks like collecting data about the presence and abundance of fish species, as well as of aquatic insects. That information is used to evaluate whether streams are meeting the standards of the Clean Water Act. And the data really represents an enormous amount of person hours that have been poured into identifying sites, collecting specimens, cataloging, and identifying them. Likewise, many local agencies like Met Council, for example, or watershed management districts have collected biodiversity data to evaluate the condition of waters on a local or regional basis. And all of this biodiversity information is incredibly rich, it's detailed, it represents a really invaluable resource that we could be using to answer questions about what practices or decisions would best protect freshwater biodiversity in Minnesota. But this data is also vastly underutilized, really for two reasons. So the first is the data don't exist all in one place. And the second is the data aren't harmonized across data sets. And what I mean by that is when you look at species data, especially insect data, because insects are so diverse and identifying them can be difficult, there will typically be some mismatches in how species are identified across data sets. So to be able to use all of this data from different sources as one comprehensive data set, it requires legwork to match species across data sets and clean it up. And that can be fairly rigorous and time-consuming to do that work. But once you do it, it creates really incredible opportunities to do research and analysis to understand key drivers of biodiversity. So cleaning up this data, making it research ready can really unlock the huge potential that is latent in this investment that state and local governments have already made in collecting the data. So that's the first opportunity we want to meet is take this existing data, make it ready for advanced ecological research, and create a data product for anyone to use. And that data set will support research on this project, which I'll talk about next. And it also opens the door for lots of related and follow-on research to investigate what the best ways are to support and protect stream biodiversity in Minnesota. Okay, so now the second opportunity. Once we have this data ready to go, then we can start to answer key management and conservation related questions. And the key question that we want to look at with this project is how do conservation practices that target the river network, like riparian buffer restoration, like wetland protection and restoration, how do those impact fish and insect biodiversity in watersheds across the state? And the reason we want to do that is when it comes to evaluating the costs and benefits of any conservation practice or policy decision, we want to be able to have a full accounting of the impacts of that practice on ecosystem services, including biodiversity protection and ecosystem health. And the study that we are proposing can support that fuller accounting by providing information about the impacts wetlands and buffers have on biodiversity. And if we don't quantify these effects, they tend to be left out of the equation in any cost-benefit analysis or modeling work that's related to policy and regulatory decisions. Okay, so the last important piece of our project is about getting the information that we generate into the hands of people who can use it. And to do that, we are partnering with our colleague Carrie Jennings and other staff at Freshwater to communicate with legislators, state and tribal agency staff, watershed management organizations, and soil and water conservation districts. Really, the goal is to make sure that if folks are considering conservation management options at the local level or at the larger regional or state planning levels, we want them to have the best information possible about the range of impacts that these conservation practices could have. So that's it. Thank you so much for taking the time today, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Commissioner Faber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Dolph, I've got a question specifically relating to the riparian buffers, because I didn't hear you say it, maybe you did. Because I think one of the keys, as you well know, during the second part of the Dayton administration, we had the big buffer law redo or whatever we would call it. You know, where our agricultural producers are to leave a certain amount of crops or residues or plants and stuff on the stream side. The other thing I think about then is many forest management practices, active forest management foresters, the loggers will leave a buffer, you know, which is the native vegetation, which can be trees, brush, et cetera. And when I lived and was doing my graduate studies in Sweden, that became a mandated practice, was to leave a 30-meter, because 2/3 of the country is forested, to leave that, partly because of the visible look of having some trees left, a riparian buffer, but also because it was intended to increase or maintain stream biodiversity. Will you separate that out in the data you analyze? You won't just have it as riparian buffers natural, or will you have those separated? Because I think it's important if we're using, you know, artificial practices, shoreline restoration, et cetera.
Dr. Dolph.
Yeah, thanks, Chair and Commissioner. Yeah, so I think we can use spatial data that is parsed by land cover type and different types of attributes to look at different types of buffers and how that might impact either local or downstream biodiversity communities. We're really interested in also looking at the watershed scale. So when you put these riparian buffers in, you know, and depending what type of cover you're putting in, do we see impacts that are propagated downstream or to a larger scale? Does that kind of answer that question?
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Quick follow-up. And then when you mentioned watersheds, because I serve on a local soil and water conservation district, you know, one watershed, one plan, it's going all over the state. And I think this is important information for the practices, though, that are going to be put into implementation on these watersheds, the rivers and creeks and all of those moving water bodies. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I have a question about, you know, it's an impact of statewide conservation practices, but each practice is local and there's a stream that's local. So we've got $300,000. How do you look at a statewide conclusion when you have a variety of practices put in at the local level?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. So what we want to do is, because you're right, practices are local. We're really interested. We know from some previous work we've done that where you place conservation practices on the landscape, so in a given watershed, where you put that wetland restoration, that can be really important for affecting things like nutrient loads that are coming out of river networks. At the watershed scale. So where you're putting things can really have important downstream impacts. Wetlands, for example, have important impacts on water temperature, nutrient conditions, like I said, stream flow. And so we want to be able to, you know, look at local practices, but zoom out to say, if, you know, wetlands located in different parts of the network or different types of buffers, how are those affecting things at a watershed scale, and then for different watersheds across the state? So that's really where the statewide piece comes in, is we're not just looking at, you know, a single wetland restoration project or a single stream reach. We really want to be able to say, in these different types of environments, what are the follow-on effects that we might see from these different types of practices downstream at a watershed scale.
Any other questions? Commissioner Faber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Dolph, I just had another interesting thing. I did some work a long time ago when I was in Sweden, and I've also reviewed some scientific articles for publication on beaver and beaver dams. Now, I know that isn't a riparian buffer, but if you're looking at some of these, and we know the effects of beaver dams, they're reintroducing beaver in places to keep more water on the landscape, but also because they create quite a bit of biodiversity both above the dam and then what you find below the dam. Would you happen to take that into consideration when you're looking at when you talk about placement on the landscape? I mean, that's what they're doing with beaver. So I'm just curious if that's come into your discussion or if you've looked at that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, commissioners and members. I would love to look at that. That's a super interesting issue that you're raising. I think our challenge is going to be, do we have the data to do that? We want to do this analysis, all across the state, and so we are going to be relying on spatial data that already exists for land cover types and different wetland types. Luckily, we have really quite detailed data on wetland cover in Minnesota, thanks to work that folks have done in the state. Right now, I'm not aware of data sets that would specifically identify, beaver-related systems. I would love to see that. So if anyone, if you know of that or have information about that, that would be really interesting to look at.
Commissioner Faber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, then that's a potential future project.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, so a lot of the work also is in Central Europe, where they're having similar problems with, water on the landscape. So some of the papers I was reading from Poland and some of these countries over there. So it's not just a, US, Canada, North American philosophy. So thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Commissioner.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next up, proposal ID 2025 -275, Chinhong Sui and Cara Santinelli, portable arsenic and nitrate detector for well water, University of Minnesota College of Science and Engineering, $458,000. Welcome. $358,000.
Good morning, chairs and members of commission. I'm Tianhong Cui, a professor in Department of Mechanical Engineering at the University of Minnesota. The co-PI of our project is Professor Cara Santelli, who is also here. She's a professor of geochemistry in Department of Earth and Environmental Sciences. Today, we're going to present our project titled Portable Arsenic and Nitrate Detector for Well Water. Data from Minnesota Department of Health shows that over 10% of private wells throughout Minnesota exceed the EPA standards for arsenic 10 parts per billion and nitrate 10 parts per million for safe drinking water. Moreover, Minnesota's geological composition, characterized by arsenic-prone aquifers, makes the situation worse. Arsenic has been detected in about 40% of new wells drilled since 2008 throughout Minnesota. Arsenic and nitrate contamination in well water has a significant public health threat for many of Minnesota residents. These contaminants are linked to various health issues. Arsenic can cause cancer, skin disorder, cardiovascular disease, neurological defects, and diabetes. Nitrate can cause cancer, thyroid problems, blue baby syndrome, and birth defects. Many Minnesotans do not have up-to-date information about the levels of arsenic and nitrate in their well water, putting them at risk of exposure and health problems. Ongoing efforts by the U.S. Geological Survey and the Minnesota Well Owner Organization, who are both collaborating with on this project, are focused on helping well owners throughout the state of Minnesota ensure they have access to safe drinking water. Current detection method of these chemical contaminants rely on periodic water sampling and lab testing, which is often time-consuming, costly, and require highly skilled expertise. Experimental agencies, including EPA and MPCA, have to rely on expensive equipment to conduct off-site chemical analysis, which delay results of water testing. Intermittent testing increases the risk of contamination undetected for extended period. Because of these challenges, urgent action is needed to develop portable arsenic and nitrate detector for well water that are affordable and accurate. The portable detector will enable fast, cheap, on-site tests, improve the safety of well water statewide by giving accurate information quickly. Investing in such technology is important to safeguard public health and ensure access to clean drinking water to all Minnesotans. The objective of this proposal is to develop small, inexpensive, fast, sensitive, and accurate sensors for a handheld device to detect both arsenic and nitrate in Minnesota's well water, ensuring that people can easily test their well water to determine its safety. This is also to provide its feasibility, prove its feasibility and provide fundamental knowledge of this new sensing technology for future commercialization in Minnesota. We have two activities for this project to ensure the sensors will be able to accurately measure the level of nitrate and arsenic in well water. The first activity aims to develop, manufacture, and access individual chemical sensors using graphene ion-sensitive field effect transistors, coupled with arsenic and nitrate ion-selective membranes. Graphene is a monolayer of carbon atoms which are very sensitive to pollutants. The project involves design and fabrication of a graphene field effect transistor with the sensing platform. Will also synthesize arsenic and nitrate ion-selective membranes for selectively detect and optimize their composition for high selectivity, high sensitivity, and long-term stability, ensuring that the sensor can distinguish nitrate and arsenic from other chemicals in water and can be used many times without needing to be replaced. This will be validated in lab to compare with golden standard lab method to ensure their accuracy.
The second activity of this project is to develop the portable sensing system for field tests with our collaborators to ensure the sensing system is useful and simple to use by both experts and non-experts alike, and to ensure that the water quality results are accurate and easily understood by the well owners. This involves 4 key milestones. First, we will design, fabricate, and optimize the integrated sensor and platform for simultaneous detection of arsenic and nitrate. Second, we will develop the detector's readout circuit to ensure that it is user-friendly and a modular design, allowing for easy sensor replacement to keep the system costs low. Third, we will conduct lab tests to validate the detector's performance. Finally, we will conduct the field tests using the portable detector for on-site detection of arsenic and nitrate. The environmental agents will use the portable detector for on-site field tests of Minnesota well water, and users will provide feedback for further optimization of the new device. We have strong support from our collaborators, Minwoo and the U.S. Geological Survey. We will closely work with them to develop this detector sensing platform, collaborate with them for field tests in well water throughout Minnesota. Minwoo and the USGS also work with Mayo Clinic to study the effects of arsenic on various diseases and human health and determine an effective path forward for minimizing the risk of exposure to all Minnesotans. We expect these new low-cost portable sensing systems will play an important role in future well testing clinics, be used by well drillers for immediate on-site determination of water quality in drilling new wells, and enable homeowners to regularly test their water if there are concerns about changes in its safety, ultimately protecting the health of all Minnesotans across the state. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present our proposal. We look forward to any comments and questions.
Members, any questions? Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Earlier today, we heard a proposal just on arsenic that is in a few, I think 5 or 6 counties in southern Minnesota, and they're going to take their results, their own health results, to the Mayo Clinic for detection of arsenic. I'm just trying to figure out how you could connect those 2 studies. You're actually going to do wells, they're going to do people. And I think the joining of data would be pretty interesting. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for that, Commissioner. This is a great opportunity for us, indeed. And in fact, I'm moving. Okay. We definitely plan to talk with Mayo Clinic through our collaborators with the U.S. Geological Survey and with the Minwoo members. And so I agree, this will be an important collaboration for us all to not only really, improve the technology of the sensing system, but also better understand its impacts for Minnesotans.
To add that, Commissioner, we already start to have some dialogues. Actually, we had a two meetings in the past to discuss this topic, trying to establish some solid collaboration in between the two projects.
Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just, I want your thoughts on the other project studying arsenic, so are you, and you're adding nitrates to it. How difficult is it to add a nitrate testing for humans when they're testing for the arsenic?
Very good question, Commissioner. Thank you for the question. So we use the same principle to detect both arsenic and the nitrate. The difference is we use different selective membrane that we're going to synthesize in our lab. So we're going to start with individual sensors to detect arsenic and nitrate. And then in the second activity, that's the first activity. The second activity, we're going to integrate the two sensors together to detect both arsenic and nitrate. So to answer your question, we can use the sensor to detect nitrate in body fluid, like sweat, urine, or even blood.
Members, any other questions? I had a question on, would this detector, let me just back up. I mean, the LCMR, before the LCCMR, funded years of nitrate testing clinics. And we have had general fund dollars and clean water. The state of Minnesota has spent a lot of money on nitrate testing clinics. And we continue to do monitoring. The question I have is, would the testing equipment look at maybe another parameter like pH or something else, other physical or chemical characteristic where there would be some correlation could be drawn from the data? With nitrates, there's also coliform bacteria. That's more of a biological issue as well. But would there be any other measurement that would be taken in addition to arsenic and nitrate?
Yes, thank you for that question. So I think we would definitely be able to measure other parameters and bring together other data sets. It's actually one of the strengths of another project that we have ongoing, sponsored by the National Science Foundation. It is different than this, but we are collecting large amounts of data through that project. And another project I have funded through the University of Minnesota to look at different water quality parameters and bring all of that data together to really understand these systems more holistically. And so I view this as a potential opportunity to, not only for, well owners to have this instantaneous data to understand whether or not what they're drinking is safe, but also to be building up a database to be shared with researchers. But I think there's security concerns, not our safety concerns, security concerns, privacy, I guess maybe privacy concerns to be thinking about. We would have to be very careful in de-identifying certain data so that we aren't sharing private information with people. And so we would work very closely with our collaborators on that because they are very effective in ensuring privacy of the well owners so that information doesn't get shared. So we will be thinking about that in terms of the research aspects. Thank you.
And then finally, if you have a nitrate testing clinic, you have the concerns with the management of the sample coming into the clinic versus sampling at the hydrant or the well. So would the test be designed, what do you see, let's say you developed a test, where would you see the best application? Is it for these continual clinics where people bring in the sample, or is it the on-site well owner or the well driller taking the sample in situ?
Thank you for the question. Yes, I think both are viable options. So I think, one of the reasons I really like collaborating with MNWU is they're just so effective in bringing in people across the state and having them bring samples to the testing clinics safely and testing safely. And so they are very familiar with the approach, but I do think it would be very valuable to get these low-cost sensors into the hands of you know, the well drillers, and you know, point of use at home. If people do have concerns, if there are concerns raised in a community, if there are changes that they're noticing in their water quality based on taste or observations, coloration of water, you know, I've often thought that it would be nice to be able to test my own water in those situations to ensure that it's safe. And so I think, you know, people being able to test their own drinking water will be an ultimate goal for sure.
Any questions? Oh, Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you. Just one more. So they find nitrates and arsenic in their water or in their well, excuse me. Then what?
Doctor?
Yes, thank you for the question. So yes, that is a question that we've been grappling with, and that's one of the strengths of the collaboration that we have, working with the USGS, who's collaborating with the Mayo Clinic to get information out to people. Minwoo already, you know, works with the individual well owners, and they give them opportunity, like they give them information of how to mitigate their risk, whether, you know, that might be a point of use filter, a home filtration system, drilling deeper wells. They give them a range of options. And so that's why I think it's so important that we collaborate with them to get that information into the well owners' hands.
Thank you. Next up, proposal ID 2025-193, Brett Barney, Healthy Native Prairie Microbiomes for Cleaner Water, University of Minnesota CFANS, $508,000. Welcome. Begin your presentation.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Good morning, LCCMR committee chair and committee members and staff. My name is Brett Barney, and I'm a professor at the University of Minnesota. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to present today. Our project, the goal of our project, titled Healthy Native Prairie Microbiomes for Cleaner Water, is to identify and characterize important microbes of the prairie microbiome that provide fixed nitrogen through natural processes and apply these to replace industrial fertilizers and prevent water contamination from nitrates. Minnesota's remaining native prairies represent an often underappreciated resource and legacy that have remained relatively undisturbed as a result of the efforts of many different stakeholders. These natural prairie biomes support abundant plant and animal life without requiring industrial fertilizers, which is in contrast to modern agricultural processes where the application of industrial nitrogen fertilizer is integral to achieving desired yields, but is sometimes accompanied by undesirable environmental effects. Recent studies have uncovered many novel microbes that microbes from these understudied plant microbiomes that enable important plants to thrive without the related costs and impacts associated with the application of industrial fertilizers. Our own laboratory has been studying several beneficial microbes that are found naturally in sugarcane and wheat crops, and have demonstrated that these microbes can be expanded to other crops in a manner that could lower nitrogen requirements. Our project will study a selection of pristine native prairie ecosystems through the guidance of important stakeholders who have an established interest in the preservation of these sites. We will sample and characterize these prairie microbiomes to identify important microbes that provide essential nutrients to key plants within these biomes. We will also establish permanent stocks of important microbes as a repository for future needs. The primary source of nitrates and phosphates that infiltrate into ground and surface waters in Minnesota are the result of unintentional runoff from fertilizer application associated with agriculture. The loss of fertilizer results in both contaminated water systems and also represents an economic loss to farmers who may be forced to reapply fertilizer to compensate for these losses, further compounding the problem. Native prairies in Minnesota have thrived for centuries without the requirement of external fertilizer inputs as a result of established beneficial partnerships between plants and the microbes that contribute to a healthy microbiome. We can sample the plant microbiomes from select prairies with minimal disturbance to the environment when done through the auspices of suitable land stewards. In addition to characterizing the important relationships for these understudied plant species, this project will also allow us to identify novel beneficial microbial strains from these biomes and preserve stocks of the important soil microbes. The proposed beneficial outcomes of this project would be twofold. First, we will characterize and report the core microbiomes that constitute healthy prairie plant microbiomes for important prairie plants in Minnesota. These prairie microbiomes are quite understudied in comparison to many different agricultural ecosystems. Second, the key microbes that sustain the nutrient requirements of the prairie microbiome will also be tested with various agricultural crops grown in Minnesota to determine if the benefits of these microbes can be expanded to lower the nitrogen requirements of the crops. Our immediate team is composed of myself, Neil Olszewski, a plant scientist at the University of Minnesota, and Devanshi Kokani, an early career fungal scientist at the University of Minnesota. I myself have 30 years of experience related to the study of microbes that perform biological nitrogen fixation and also remediation of environmental contaminants. Neil Olszewski has over 40 years of experience as a plant scientist, and Devanshi Kokani is a relatively new professor at UMN who brings the added dimension of studying beneficial fungi that contribute to healthy plant microbiomes. We are already working with the Minnesota Driftless chapter of the Prairie Enthusiasts. We are also working with representatives at the Minnesota Division of Natural Resources to utilize Minnesota scientific and natural areas and native prairie banks, which will be done through the normal permit and approval process to ensure the protection of these sites. As a result of this project, we hope to expand our connections with various stakeholders even further. We hope that you are excited about the prospects of our project. We believe that this area of prairie microbiomes is drastically understudied and could teach us valuable lessons which could be translated to agriculture. The impacts of this work would lower costs to farmers and lower the impacts of farming, while also providing valuable insights into the microbes that keep our prairies healthy and lowering impacts of nitrates on our waters. This project represents a new direction of research in our lab that builds upon foundational work we have been doing in the laboratory, with other laboratory microbes for several decades. I'm happy to take any questions you may have. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Will you be looking at microbiomes that are from original native prairie versus restored native prairie?
Our hope is to look at both. We are hoping to get a fairly large selection of different sites. That's one of the reasons why we really wanted to work with these different representatives that represent some of the organizations, both the NGOs and also within the Minnesota Division of Natural Resources, who have a better understanding so that we do make a good selection of sites early on. The way the project is designed, we have pilot studies designed in the first year to kind of get an idea of that. And then as we're collecting data, as is often the case, we will go through and evaluate that and decide if we need to expand further and look at that. But that's one of the reasons why we really want to make sure we are working with some of these different stakeholders so that the selection of the sites really does become representative, looking at both some of the undisturbed as well as some of the restored types of sites that are out there. We really want to get as much diversity as possible within the financial constraints of what we can do in the laboratory.
Commissioner Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Professor Barney, for this interesting proposal. Have some questions related to how you would envision this going from laboratory into field applications. So do you see these being inoculants for the seed, and then, or is it post-application? And then a second question, how do you see this displacing, synthetic nitrogen fertilizer? Is it 10% or 100% of what's required for corn and small grain, for example?
Certainly. So we already are working with certain companies that use some of the different strains that we've been studying in the laboratory and working on in the laboratory. Some of those are applied on seed coats. Some of them potentially could be applied later. We are looking at everything as a possibility. That piece, initially when we're doing these in the laboratory or when we're doing these in greenhouse type studies, the application of what we are doing is being done in a way that's under non-field type approaches. So we're trying to optimize and confirm that we will for certain get the microbes into the plant or into the microbiome or the rhizosphere that surrounds the plants. So we look at all options. Nothing's really not on the table, but that's the goal, is to be able to do some kind of either seed inoculant or foliar type spray at some stage to kind of benefit that. The goal would be to replace all of these, but there's also a social component to this. Convincing a farmer not to put nitrogen fertilizer on their soil is actually quite difficult in many cases. And so we are trying to demonstrate that we can lower down right now to 50% of the nitrogen that's being applied. But part of that too is you have to demonstrate this out in the field successfully and convince people that you really can lower the nitrogen yields. So we're actually working with quite a few organizations on other projects kind of related to that, and also looking at the social component of that, of how do you make the connections with people in the field to do that. It's a little outside the scope of what we're doing here, but we are doing similar projects through Forever Green and through some of the other funding we have in the laboratory to try to get to that and get to something that can displace a significant portion of the nitrogen. Our end goal is to replace all of the nitrogen, but right now we're shooting for 25 to 50%.
Commissioner Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it sounds like there could be a fair amount of IP related to this in terms of technique and processes of preparing these inoculants in natural nitrogen producers. Can you speak a little bit to that?
Yeah, there's
Dr. Barney.
always an opportunity for IP development. And so we have worked with the Technology and Commercialization Office at the University of Minnesota here to make sure we have established IP, and that would of course be done under the guidelines of the LCCMR for anything that would arise from this project. So we have done that in the past. We have patents in place. We have pending patents on some of the things that we have done, but a lot of that's work that is done on strains, on very specific strains. There are plenty of inoculants out there that people use that use natural strains and wild type strains, which is really kind of the focus of what we want to do here, is look at what's already there in the environment and potentially doing this and get a better understanding of what else is out there. If you look into the literature, most of the literature on nitrogen fixation has been done in only a very small handful of organisms that have been in laboratories for 50 plus years. And with the work that's been coming out of all these different microbiome studies, both in humans and in plants, a lot of what has been arising is that we're learning a lot about some of the strains that were more difficult to culture early on that may be having a larger effect out in the environment or in the natural environment in these different microbiomes. So this is an opportunity to kind of shift kind of our thinking a little bit and go look at what's already working in the environment, learn from that, and potentially meld that with some of the other directions we're doing. So we're really not proposing any type of modification as part of this, which would really be going down the IP front. You're right, there is a potential for IP in how things get administered, but there's actually quite a few companies in the space that look at how to effectively do that. The core of our research is really to identify and figure out who's doing what and what contribution they have, with that being kind of the next leg of the research.
Okay, thank you, Professor Barney.
Thank you.
Commissioner Albright. I think we're done for this project. Thank you. Next up, item 2025-265, Sebastian Barron's Impact of Microplastics on Wastewater Treatment in Minnesota, University of Minnesota College of Science and Engineering, $506,000. Welcome and begin your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Sebastian Behrens, Associate Professor in the Department of Civil, Environmental and Geoengineering at the University of Minnesota. I'm speaking to you today on behalf of our project team, which also includes my colleague, Boy Axion. She's also professor in the Department of Civil, Environmental and Geoengineering. Thank you for the opportunity to present our project today. Microplastics have been found everywhere, not just in the ocean. Around 80% of microplastic pollution in the ocean comes from land and freshwater systems. High amounts of microplastics have been found in rivers, soils around the world, including freshwater ecosystems across the state of Minnesota, including the Mississippi River and Lake Superior. Microplastics are defined as any solid particle or fiber made of synthetic plastics, ranging from 1 micrometer to 5 millimeter, and are primarily breakdown products of large plastics and synthetic textiles. The existence of microplastics poses a risk to the health of aquatic and terrestrial organisms, as well as humans. Wastewater treatment plants are the key entry point of microplastics into the environment. They are major receptors of urban microplastic pollution, and their effluent and sewage sludge are sources of microplastic pollution to water and soil ecosystems. Despite the abundance of microplastics in wastewater, the interactions between microplastics and wastewater treatment processes have rarely been studied. We do not know how microplastics could impact microorganisms and the processes that remove organic matter, nutrients, and contaminants. Neither do we know how different water treatment processes impact the properties of microplastics via weathering and/or degradation in full-scale wastewater treatment plants. Our project will focus on the impact, fate, and transport of the major commodity plastics and synthetic fibers from clothing, such as polyester, nylon, and acrylic, on wastewater treatment processes in Minnesota. For that, we propose to quantify microplastics and their removal efficiency by different water treatment processes and wastewater treatment plants in Minnesota. We propose to study the chemical and physical weathering of microplastics during the passage through various treatment steps in full-scale plants. And we propose to study the impact of microplastics on the microbial processes important for organic matter, nutrient, and contaminant removal during wastewater treatment. Wastewater treatment plants receive microplastics in various types, sizes, shapes, and material densities. Standardized procedures for sampling, extraction, identification, and quantification of microplastics in distinct plant compartments will be developed. Microplastics have a significant impact on the biological treatment processes used in wastewater treatment plants. This is due to the harmful components leaching from and/or sorbed onto microplastics. Furthermore, the presence of microplastics has the potential to induce cellular oxidative stress and affect microbial biofilm formation. This can prevent sludge settling and reduce the efficiency of biological treatment processes. We will study the effect of different types of microplastics, particles, and fibers on the nutrient and removal processes and biological pollutant degradation. Different wastewater and sludge processes will affect the material properties of microplastics and will lead to mechanical, biological, thermal, and chemical degradation of microplastics. This will lead to fracturing and flaking and the oxidation of microplastic surfaces, creating much higher capacity of sorbing pollutants when released into the environment. We propose to analyze the surface alteration, size distribution of microplastics, particles and fibers, and their breakdown products in wastewater, sludge, and biosolids. Key outcomes from this project will be standardized procedures for sampling, extraction, identification, and quantification of microplastics, data on the abundance and types of microplastics in wastewater treatment plants in Minnesota, and how efficiently plants remove microplastics. A better understanding of how microplastics affect Minnesota wastewater treatment processes and how microplastics are altered in their passage through plants before they enter our water and soil ecosystems via effluent or biosolids. This project will establish a baseline of information that municipalities, plant operators, and policymakers can use to prioritize potential intervention measures and develop regulations to protect Minnesota's waterways and natural resources from plastic pollution. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer your questions.
Members, any questions? Dr. Behrens, you're right before lunch, so I think the commission is hungry. So thank you for your presentation, and we will now take a break, half-hour break for lunch. Till 12:30. So we will be breaking till 12:30. We are in recess.
Standing up, and the dog, you know, right, yeah. Always like to check. That's fair. I have to move my car. I couldn't figure out.
Yes.
Ready? The LCCMR commission meeting will reconvene. It is 12:30 on Wednesday, June 26th. We are going to be starting with a presentation on water resources, number 2025-107. I do want to note I have to be on a disaster call at 1 p.m. and I will be turning the gavel over to Co-Chair Gibson during that period of time. Our first presenter is at, again now, 2025-107, Marcel Lewandowski, Soil Health Management for Water Storage, University of Minnesota Water Resources Center, 500,000. Welcome and begin your presentation. We cannot hear you. I don't know if your mic is on. Can you hear us? Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. Testing. Marcel Lewandowski.
They're trying and maybe want to skip them, go to the next and come back.
Okay, I think we are going to, well, we're having some technical challenges here. We are going to go to proposed ID 2025-10 or 064. We will be coming back to soil health, but we are going to go to Hillary Sorensen, training lake communities to track chloride and algae, University of Minnesota Duluth Sea Grant, $276,000. Welcome, Dr. Sorensen.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
All right, wonderful. Good afternoon, and thank you so much, Mr. Chair and Commission members, for hearing this proposal today. My name is Hillary Sorensen. I'm the Water Resources Extension Educator with Minnesota Sea Grant. The project I'm going to talk to you about today concerns two pressing and unpredictable challenges facing Minnesota lakes. These are chloride and harmful algae blooms. First, I'd like to share a brief scenario to describe what we're talking about today and why it is important before we get into our proposed solutions. So picture, if you will, it's August, it's a sunny Sunday morning, the bugs are gone, and you have just arrived at your lake of choice. Perhaps you have a property on this lake, or perhaps you're visiting it via the public boat ramp or public beach. Conditions on this lake looked great the day before. You're there all the time. And today you brought the children and dogs in your life for an outing. Unfortunately, when you get down to the water, you see a thick pea soup slime covering a large patch of the surface water. You can see this is an algae bloom, but you don't know if it's a harmful algae bloom, if toxins are present. You do know that harmful algae blooms can pose serious health risks to pets and children in particular. And the guidance from the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency is, if in doubt, stay out. So you and your party decide to look for another activity to do that day. Now, the fish and aquatic life in that lake can't relocate or choose another activity. So harmful algae blooms are not only health risks for humans and pets, but also livestock and wildlife. Now on to our second problem, chloride. Although not a visible problem like on algae bloom, it is a major pollutant, primarily from the use of road salt during icy and snowy conditions that during melt runs off into storm drains, lakes, and streams, and is highly toxic to fish and other aquatic life. It takes a very small amount of chloride to create problems for aquatic communities. Only 1 teaspoon of salt can permanently contaminate 5 gallons of water. And in the Minnesota State 2024 Draft Impaired Waters list, 67 water bodies are now included for excess chloride levels, which is an increase from a couple of years ago. So, why am I talking about chloride and harmful algae blooms in the same proposal? These two challenges are not directly related to each other. However, both of these problems are from runoff events into storm drains, lakes, and streams. These runoff events are episodic where and when they occur, and therefore highly unpredictable. Now, with changing climate conditions and the weird weather that we have all been experiencing, these runoff events that bring chloride and the nutrients that contribute to algae blooms into lakes are going to become even more difficult to predict and track. This is particularly important for the management of Minnesota lakes because if we don't know where and when fluoride levels will be elevated or where and when an algae bloom will appear, we can't address the underlying problems. Now, state and tribal natural resource programs do have sets of lakes that are regularly monitored, but with over 14,000 lakes to cover throughout the state, there simply isn't the capacity to get on site every time there's a runoff event or an algae bloom is reported, particularly in rural areas. Now, let's go back to August, to that sunny Sunday morning where you observed that bloom. What if, instead of shrugging and turning around and going elsewhere, you were part of a collaborative network of lake community volunteers? You had gone through training and had received a sampling kit to collect a water sample of that bloom to send to partners at Minnesota Sea Grant and the Natural Resources Research Institute at the University of Minnesota Duluth for analysis to see if toxins were in fact present. So the solution that we propose to broaden our capacity and increase our understanding of fluoride and HABs in lakes is to partner with lake-based communities or individuals who are already on site regularly and are able to catch these episodic events. The ultimate goal of this project is to establish a long-term network of community volunteers trained and equipped to track chloride and harmful algae blooms in Minnesota lakes. This will improve our collective understanding of chloride and HAB dynamics, inform management efforts, as well as empower people to take on-the-ground action in protecting their lakes. That's all I have today. Thank you so much, Chair and Commission members, for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Members, any questions? Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you. That nice picture of being up in August, being up at the lake. I was wondering, how long does it take to get those results? So those people on vacation, can they get the results pretty quick?
Yeah, so particularly for the algae blooms, we would have the postage included in kits take, a day to get it at the University of Minnesota, and then we would have a plan in place to run those as fast as possible. So the turnaround would hopefully be very fast. We don't have an exact number, but that is the goal. And so especially if toxins are detected, we would be able to work through our state agency channels to get the word out. And those channels are already in place.
Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you. All right, so vacation could be over by the time they get the results. Are there any kits? They may not be as sophisticated as the university would do, but are there any kits available to citizens like myself?
Yes, so included
Dr.
in our
Sorensen.
kits would be what are called microcystin test strips. These are, microcystin is a really common cyanotoxin produced, and so you would immediately be able to at least see if those were present. That would be something that would be an immediate result that you could see. Perhaps not if other toxins were present. Unfortunately, these kits only do one at a time, but it would give some additional information on the spot.
Members, any other questions? Thank you. We will see if the soil health management for water storage is ready.
Thank you so much for your time.
Testing, is it working now?
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yep.
Excellent.
Welcome.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the rest of the commissioners. I'm Marcelle Lewandowski, the Research and Extension Coordinator for the university's Water Resources Center and Coordinator for the Minnesota Office for Soil Health. And I'm joined by Dr. Joe Magner, who has unique experience as a hydrologist addressing lateral near-surface movement of water through agricultural watersheds, and Dr. Grace Wilson, who has extensive experience with hydrologic models in the same setting. Not present is Dr. Anna Cates, who is also on our team. She is a state soil health specialist. And I wanted to do these introductions because I'm particularly proud of the mix of expertise in the team that we've pulled together to make this connection between soil and watersheds, which is not an easy thing to do. And this is the task we're trying to take on. I know all of you have seen the pictures of the water in southern Minnesota right now. And as we're trying to protect water in the state, we have to account for how much annual precipitation has increased in recent decades, and that is predicted to continue at these high rates. More precipitation means more nitrogen leaching into groundwater, more nutrients and sediment carried in streams and rivers. However, if we slow the water down as it moves across the land, we can reduce the amount of runoff that's occurring during storms and reduce the amount of this contamination movement. There's two ways to slow down water. One is to store it in surface water ponds, oxbows, wetlands, those kinds of structures, or we can store water in the soil itself. And to that end, federal, state, and local government dollars in Minnesota have been directed to surface water storage, particularly in the Minnesota River Basin. Public dollars have also been directed to soil health practices, which one of the purposes there is to increase water storage in soil. In both these cases, we need to ensure that these dollars have their intended effects on water quality and quantity. With regard to surface water storage, the engineers optimize the value of projects by using well-established hydrologic models to predict the effect of the design and the location on the amount and timing of water in the downstream rivers and lakes. But we don't have these kinds of tools to optimize soil water storage. Over the last decade, the partnerships in watersheds across the state have developed comprehensive watershed management plans, and many of these include soil health practices, partly for the purpose of improving water management. And we know that these practices change soil physics and change soil hydrology within the field, but we don't know if these field level changes result in changes at the larger scale. Now, do we see the stream flows change when fields are managed for soil health? Does the soil health management improve the effectiveness of the water storage, the surface water storage structures? And what locations in the watershed are most critical for improving soil water storage? Right now, the watershed planners do not have the information they need to answer these questions and allocate their resources effectively. And I know you might think we know how much water soil can hold because you've heard estimates of the inches of water for the given amount of soil organic matter. But that relationship between soil organic matter and soil water is pretty crude. It's based on one lab study from 1994. But more importantly, that relationship between soil organic matter and soil water doesn't capture how much water storage changes when we change management. After farmers make improvements to soil health management, we see changes in soil structure and soil water long before we see changes in soil organic matter. So for this project, we would address this information gap by taking measurements on real farms with real soil health management systems. We will quantify how the soil structure and hydrology differs between the management systems. And we've selected metrics that we can plug into existing hydrologic models. So with this combination of on-farm measurements and watershed modeling, we'll be able to quantify how much soil health would need to change to impact water at the bottom of a watershed. This would be a powerful boost to our water quality work if we could use every acre of farmland to increase soil water storage. That would slow down the rate that water moves across the watershed, and it would enhance the value of the surface water storage structures. At the same time, we're improving the productivity of farmland. But watershed managers need guidance if they are to reach this vision of using public resources more effectively in managing soil water. And this project will produce the guidance for local level decisions about how to combine infield practices with surface water storage, and for the first time to establish an estimate of the magnitude of impacts of soil health management practices. We thank you for your interest in this project, and we're happy to take some questions.
Members, any questions? Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You may have heard or seen in the newspaper yesterday, they announced that 17 manure pits that leaked into the water system. Some of the things you're talking about, very interesting. Would that have helped that situation or prevented it? Some of your studies?
Dr. Lewandowski.
Thank you, Commissioner. Catastrophic water flows and floodings and over breaches like that, this is going to have less of an effect. It's going to have more of an effect on the more moderate flows. However, if you're controlling water in the very local catchment or watershed, theoretically, you would be getting less water into these manure storage structures. Would you like to add anything?
Well, simply what we're trying to do is change the hydrograph. If we can flatten the hydrograph so that there's less water, it's peaking where these manure storage systems are, there would potentially be less leakage that could occur.
Thank you. That's
Commissioner
helpful.
Gibson.
No, that's done. Thank you. Helpful.
Members, any other questions? Commissioner Albrecht.
Thank you. I'm just looking at your graphic, and I see that you've got flow chart more or less that talks about land management, potential soil water storage, quality and quantity of edge of field water, and quality and quantity of in-channel water. I'm curious about a couple of things. One is, if water can be stored in the soil, can that water then be reused or taken up by crops to reduce overhead sprinkling or field irrigation by overhead sprinkling, and also is it just a fact of life that we're going to have overhead sprinkling on tiled fields, and the water's going to drain away and we're going to sprinkle more, or can we reuse that water and reduce the amount of irrigated ag? Thanks.
Dr. Lewandowski.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioner. That's a really important question. And yes, as we improve soil structure and soil health, we're increasing the amount of water that can be held in the soil, the total amount of water that can be held in the soil. And so that is water that will be made available for plants to use. So it will, farmers who practice soil health management practices, soil health management systems, they have more water available to get through drought times, as well as improved aeration during wet periods.
The only thing I would add to that is for farmers that have installed particular controls on their drainage system, instead of letting that water go at a time when it might be needed later in the summer, that water could be stored up and then reused again based on keeping it on the farm field, as opposed to having it run through the tile drain into the stream.
Commissioner Albrecht.
Thank you. I appreciate that observation. how prevalent are those water storage systems that would reuse that tile drained water?
Right now, they're not real prevalent. There's been research that's been done in southwestern Minnesota by our research station down there. And for the most part, more work is needed on that. But again, this is something that we could take a look at in some fields where this type of drainage system exists.
That kind of recycling requires water storage. It requires a bit of infrastructure, whereas soil health management is available on any of our acres, agricultural acres.
Right. So thanks for that. I'll just observe that I know I believe it was last year, maybe the year before, we did fund some projects that did that kind of storage management. And it might be worthwhile to look and see from that project what were the results and how that might inform yours as well.
Any other questions? I think the question I have is the prevalence of ag drainage throughout our entire cropped area. And so my father hand laid tile in 1940. I have no idea where that is on the field because it's clay tile that was laid by hand with a tile spade. And then, then there was concrete tile that went in the 60s. And then there's plastic tile that went in the, it's still going in often in December. So the practices are important, but the ubiquitous nature of plumbing vast areas of our state and the entire Midwest really is I think it skews potential data unless you know where the tile is on these sites.
Yes, what we do know is that the tile can speed things up quite quickly. What we really want to do is optimize soil water storage so that it's not moving so rapidly through the upper soil profile, but basically it's hanging out a little bit longer in the upper 1 to 2 feet as opposed to taking a path of a fracture flow right down to the tile line.
And would that involve breaking the tile?
Not necessarily. Again, what we're really focusing on is trying to optimize the management of the soil structure. Right now, the soil structure in many locations out there in southern Minnesota creates a sort of fracture network so that water will move quickly through a fractured pore right down to the tile line. And by building the soil health and the organic content of the soil, we can change the soil structure and potentially reduce that sort of rapid peak movement right into the tile line.
To the extent that we can increase the water storage in the soil, the water doesn't even reach the tile line. So by improving soil health, we can reduce tile flow in those areas that are drained.
Any other questions? Thank you. We will next move to project number 2025-088. Susan Danzel, Detroit Lakes Wastewater Chloride and Sulfate Treatment, City of Detroit Lakes, $750,000. And with that, I am going to hand the gavel over to Co-Chair Gibson.
All right, so we have Susan Danzy here. Okay. Susan, I don't see your face just yet. There, oh, that's Michael.
Can you hear us?
There you go. All right, perfect. Thank you for coming, and you can start with your proposal.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair and Commissioners, for the opportunity to share more about the ask of the city. I'm Rob Bredesen, the water and wastewater supervisor for the City of Detroit Lakes Public Utilities. I've been treating water and wastewater for communities in Minnesota for over 36 years. I'm here today to request funding to implement a pilot study to remove chlorides, sulfates, and other parameters of concern from the effluent of the Detroit Lakes Water Reclamation Facility. This pilot would entail an advanced oxidation process followed by reverse osmosis. With 14 more water bodies added to the impaired list for chloride this year, and nearly 2,400 water bodies identified as wild rice water susceptible to sulfate levels, we're all concerned about the path forward. Many wastewater facilities in Minnesota are facing chloride and sulfide discharge limits and are getting variances for these parameters, but variances are only temporary. The utility is looking for a funding opportunity to explore a potential solution. For some communities, chlorides can be addressed by treating drinking water. However, it's difficult to stop people from using their softeners. RO softening is also challenging, and that it often requires additional chemicals added to prevent pipe corrosion. As it relates to sulfates, in 2018, the MPCA published a study that reviewed and screened treatment technologies for municipal treatment plants needing to reduce sulfate from their discharge in the future. This study identified nanofiltration and reverse osmosis as the two viable options. We are requesting funding, dig deeper into these viable options to test a system that optimizes the reverse osmosis system. That backdrop is the motivation for the pilot, but across the state there has been many increased interest in understanding microplastics and PFAs. The system we have identified to pilot is also capable of removing these contaminants of emerging concern.
I am Susan Danzel. I'm a senior engineer at Chart Elliott Hendrickson, SEH. SEH has helped the City of Detroit Lakes Public Utilities with their wastewater treatment system, and we continue to help them with their effluent challenges. In general, the strategy for communities to address the challenging constituents like sulfate and chloride has been to anticipate that we have to add essentially drinking water treatment technology to a wastewater treatment plant. So that's adding reverse osmosis. We're requesting funding to pilot a technology that accomplishes the same level of treatment, but uses the technology suited for wastewater rather than one suited for drinking water. This technology uses advanced oxidation to improve filtration, which prevents fouling of the membranes. This results in high quality effluent free of chlorides and sulfates, but also other contaminants of emerging concern. The technology holds the promise of being more applicable to the wastewater industry and having lower operating costs. We've partnered with Bauer Energy Design, who supplies water filtration technology to a broad range of applications, from treating industrial wastewater, oil industry, and also treating water for beverages companies like Coca-Cola. We started working with Bauer Energy Design to reduce biofouling of the screens at the city's wastewater plant. And in learning more about their systems, they have a product that offers the potential to help us and other wastewater facilities address chloride and sulfate levels. The technology has been used by the U.S. federal government at sites that contain PFAS and other contaminants, so we believe it will accomplish the same for us.
With this pilot trial, we want to assess the potential technology to meet the imposed requirements for chloride and sulfates. We want to understand how we can push the technology to its limit without creating upset and to meet other emerging issues. Our mission is twofold. We want to trial this technology that holds a promise to help a number of communities like Detroit Lakes to address chlorides, sulfates, and other contaminants of emerging concern. But secondly, we see this as opening the door to increase our water reuse. If we can demonstrate that we can remove chlorides cost effectively, we can supply our repurposed wastewater effluent to a neighboring nursery. Other utilities are also finding limitations due to chlorides for their reused water. By testing this new technology, we would advance the industry and test solutions that can help address multiple water quality issues in the state of Minnesota, like sulfides, chlorides, and water reuse and other emerging contaminants. We are vetting out a technology that we believe holds promise for many communities, large and small, across the state of Minnesota. Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. And if you have any questions.
Yes. All right, are there questions from the commission? Are there any? Okay, Commissioner Albrecht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at the information in your proposal, including the attachment, which is 5 slides from Bauer Water System explaining their process flow in their processor. Have they, can I ask about that system that you're hoping to purchase with the Environmental Trust Fund dollars? Is that something that, 2 questions. One is that something that they have in place and modeled other places? And also then, once this trial is over, does that become the property of this city of Detroit Lakes, and could it be continued to be used? Thanks.
Okay, I don't know who wants to take that. Okay. Okay. You will. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner. The first question is that, sorry, I had it all ready to go and then stumbled there. I'll start with the second one because I remember that one now. The pilot unit that is being proposed here is something that doesn't treat the full flow from the wastewater treatment plant. So it is a temporary pilot that gets put in place. The city could choose to purchase or maybe add on to that unit for the full design capacity that they would need for removing the chloride and the sulfate. In terms of the technology, there are 2 basic elements of the technology. There's a processor, and then there's kind of what we're calling a loose RO. And the city already has the processor in place. That is what they've used to reduce the fouling on their screens today. So we're tacking on the second piece of that, which is this loose reverse osmosis. So this technology, these 2 things have been coupled together at other facilities, but not treating municipal wastewater treatment with the goal of removing sulfate and chloride.
That answer both questions?
Just to clarify, so have they modeled this process in other locations? Have they tried it somewhere else?
Ms. Stenzi.
Yeah, this would be the first, again, addressing these 2 parameters, but they do use this even for the company Coca-Cola. That's where they treat that's more of a drinking water application, but they've paired it there. So this would be the first addressing sulfate and chloride with wastewater.
Okay, follow up?
Just to clarify, so I know.
Sure, go ahead.
Is this process going to be implemented on the wastewater system or the drinking water system? Thank you.
It takes our effluent water from the wastewater system, and then it processes that through the processor and then through the RO system. So the water coming off of the RO should be, pretty much just water, just H2O.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
All right, next we have on line 48, if you've got that sheet in front of you, project number 089, Nathaniel Danielson, plasma system for PFAS remediation, integration, and validation. So we have Nathan on board here.
Yep. Can everyone hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. So I'm Nathan Danielson. I'm with Plasma Blue. I would like to start off by thanking the Commission for allowing us to further describe the Plasma Blue technology. We think that Plasma Blue offers a unique low-cost approach to the removal of polyfluoroalkylate substances, which I'm going to call PFASs. So these are forever chemicals. These are, the chemicals that you hear of as Teflons or surfactants in firefighting foam. These PFASs, as Minnesota well knows as a leader in this space, are present in water across Minnesota. These are known toxins, they're potential carcinogens, and they impact both human and animal health. So, this truly has a global impact on the quality of life. We think that this project will be impactful across many of LCCMR's focus areas. I noticed as I was reading through the different proposals, there's a number that are directed specifically at fish health. And interestingly, fish health and consumers and fish consumers are impacted by PFOS. Just like mercury, PFASs get concentrated in fish, and there was a recent Scientific American article that came out that showed that eating a contaminated fish actually is similar to drinking highly contaminated water for a month. So again, cleaning up water, as we all would agree, has global health benefits. So with that preamble, over the next few minutes, I'd like to describe the technology very briefly, describe the accomplishments of our current LCCMR grant, and describe the project that we're going to move forward with, and then I look forward to taking questions. So we create a non-equilibrium plasma. So that's a fancy way of saying that we shake the part of the molecule that's going to actually do the work. So what we do is we shake the electron, and the electron is a very small amount of the total molecule mass. This gets really important because what it means is that we use a lot less energy than other approaches. So other approaches that are thermal approaches to get rid of these forever chemicals actually will heat up the whole molecule, and they do this using very high pressure and very high temperatures. I would give the analogy that many thermal deconstruction technologies today basically are like heating up your entire kitchen to boil a pot of water. What Plasma Blue's technology does is we shake the electrons. So we really just heat up the pan of water to boil the water. What this allows then, and this gets really important, is this allows lower capital expense because we don't need to have a lot of shielding for all the heat. We don't need to have, expensive electrical sources. We don't need to have high pressure vessels. So we lower the capital expenditure, and we also lower the operational expenditure because frankly, we're just not using that much electricity. So that makes it much easier to think about deploying this. And I'm just going to show this image real quickly, and hopefully it shows up. This is a recent study we did, and it's just kind of a cartoon, but we believe that we could actually deploy this technology using solar panels remotely. So that might have some real benefits on hard to access contaminated waters. Because of this, this unique approach, we actually won the EPA, this technology won EPA's Innovative Ways to Destroy PFAS Challenge Award. So, in general, we think that the technology is really well suited to treat water. And of course, this is going to be an expensive problem. So thinking today about how to limit the costs as much as possible and deploy it as broadly as possible is going to be important. So that's the technology in a nutshell. Real quickly to describe what we did with the funding that we received, we demonstrated that PFAS can be removed using the reactor. We showed 99% removal of very high concentrations of PFASs. So in this case, this is parts per million. And as you know, we need to be at parts per trillion under the new EPA and also under the Minnesota rules. And then we finally demonstrated that low levels, and when I say low levels, I'm talking 10 parts per trillion, which would be right at that, for some PFASs would be at that actionable level, 5 or 4 would be at for parts per trillion for other ones. We can remove those in one pass. And this uses very little electricity to remove these compounds. So that's we've been very successful at using funds from y'all. What we're going to do going forward is we're going to take and verify the efficacy with using calcium. So what calcium will give us is, in conjunction with the PFAS reactor, we believe that we will be able to pull out the fluorine much more readily and fully mineralize it. So fully pull it out of biological systems, where it would be impactful to biological systems. So calcium fluoride is inert. We also will scale this up. So what we want to be able to do is we want to get to 450,000 gallons per year. This begins to give us the ability to treat reasonable sized water. We can parallelize these so we can put multiple systems next to each other to get higher values. But we think that this roughly 500,000 gallons per year begins to give us a good footprint to go into reasonable sized systems, and we'll also be looking at larger systems. We need to do a concentrator because one of the things is it's all volume. So if we can concentrate the PFAS slightly beforehand, then we can degrade it going through. We need to treat less overall volume. So there's that throughput. We're trying to debottleneck that throughput. And then finally, we can add some gases in. to make the system more effective. And so we're looking at recapturing those gases. These are inert gases, so they don't have an environmental footprint, but they do have an economic footprint. We're also going to look at real world samples. We're working today with the water treatment facility in St. Cloud, the wastewater technology demonstration facility in St. Cloud. And then, and then finally, we're going to test and validate this 50 gallon per hour, 500,000 gallon per year system at the St. Cloud facility. There was a question this year that says specifically this year, I've been more inclined to look to 3M and their NGO arms to fund PFAS research. We certainly are leveraging funds from other sources. This is a big problem. I think it's going to take a significant amount of funds. To date, we've got more than $6 million to develop the system. And so we are looking at other funding sources. That said, the momentum that your funding has been able to create, where we've been able to go from a concept to actually demonstration at really reasonable levels and reasonable volumes and at high levels of PFAS has been incredibly helpful. So I would say that, we would be we worried that we might lose momentum should funding shift.
Okay. All right. Can you wrap it up real quick?
That's it. Thank you very much.
Okay. I appreciate your presentation. Questions from the commission members? None? I have one. I looked on your website and you have invested quite a bit in biodiesel. And I was just curious how you evolved to now working with PFAS. Were the two related?
The chemistry is related. What we were able to do in biodiesel is demonstrate that we could dramatically reduce the energy needs to create biodiesel.
Okay.
And the reason that we could do that is, as I said, we're only kind of stimulating the part of the molecule that participates in that chemistry, the electron. That led us to think, where else would this technology be deployable? And so it was sort of a natural evolution of looking at biodiesel and then, that kind of brand, that line extension. What's nice about the biodiesel is, we have scaled up biodiesel to the 5 million gallon a year level. And so we believe that scaling the PFAS should be, we've at least done similar efforts.
Okay. And then I don't know if you've listened to some of the other presentations, but we have 5 different projects, proposals asking for funding on PFAS. Yeah. And it would be really nice if I could line them all up and say, you're doing oxidation, you're doing burning, you're doing something else. I'm just curious. We always want to invest our money as best we can. Have you looked at some of those other proposals? And is there any way that we can you coordinate or just keep abreast of what each other, we have to put every tool in the toolbox on this one. So can you coordinate with the other proposals?
I think that the removal technologies are very different. I think that everyone's going to have similar concerns that we have with, how do we concentrate, so, as the earlier presenter said, there's only, you've got to treat all the water to get chlorine out. You've got to treat all the water to get PFAS out. So I think that, understanding how they're thinking about concentrating these materials, that would be very helpful and certainly something we need to do. And then on the back end, making sure that we're monitoring shorter molecules that may be created that could potentially, that aren't regulated today, but may have environmental impact is something we need to do. The actual, I guess, mechanism that we're using is a little different. And so we've struggled to understand how to work that with others, other people. But I think that the front end and the back end are very similar.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your proposal.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Okay, we are on to line 52. Project number 136 by I'm going to really screw this up. Zhao, you really have to correct me on this one. Terminating PFAS, another one, type pesticides via enzyme cocktails. Okay, is our presenter on? Help me with his name.
Dr. Zhao.
Dr. Zhao, I can do that one.
I'm here.
Oh, good. There you are. Thank you. Please introduce yourself and then you can head off and start your
Okay.
presentation.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. You got my name right. So my name is Hua. So I was a professor in bioproducts and biosystems engineering from University of Minnesota. So thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioner, for the opportunity to present my proposal here. So thanks to the previous presenter to give you more background about PFAS. So as PFAS are known as forever chemicals, it's tough to be broken down in the environment and they cause serious health issue. So what I'm going to focus on is the Minnesota as a major agricultural state is a heavy user of pesticides, including primarily those herbicides, insecticide, and fungicide. So believe it or not, pesticides contain PFAS compounds. So where do they come from? Those PFAS, three primary sources. One is from as an active ingredient. Actually, some of the active ingredient of the pesticide themselves are PFAS, or as compounds called fluorinated compounds containing PFAS. So the second source is the formulation additive they use as like anti-foaming dispersion agents. The third source is actually is from plastic container, such as HDPE. Some of them actually is containing fluorinated compounds. So all of three sources contribute to the PFAS in pesticides, but there's little research about eliminating those PFAS from pesticide sources because they're going to contaminate water eventually. So based on the narrow definition of PFAS by EPA, in US, actually there are three current pesticides that considered PFAS. However, based on the OECD, which is called Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, actually there are 200 pesticides ingredient, including that heavily used the pesticide called bifenthrin, actually heavily used in Minnesota. They all considered PFAS. So most of them actually are banned by European Union. And those PFAS structure are more complex than currently known. The common one is PFOA, PFOS. So hopefully you can see a little bit, sorry about the busy background in my virtual background. Hopefully you can see some of that during 2015 to 2020. So give you some numbers, about 70% of newly approved agrochemicals in US, actually they are fluorinated pesticides. And also especially in Minnesota in 2022, those top fluorinated pesticides, for example, the bifenthrin is over 200,000 pounds sold in Minnesota. They are primarily used as an insecticide for corn, soybean, fruits, and vegetables. Now, next two, actually, they are the fungicide for potatoes, sugar beet, and vegetables. Also, there's an herbicide for soybean. So just give you some quantitative numbers, say how much those fluorinated type of pesticide are used in Minnesota. Now, where do those pesticides finally end up with? They're going to end up, most of them end up with, except absorbed by the plants, crops, but most of them end up in lakes and river, either through surface runoff, leaching from soil to underground water, or some of them eventually go to air, then they become deposited by rain. So those pesticides are important source of pollutant to the environment that many people are not really realize that. Our approach is different from others I've seen on the LCCMR projects in the past and current, because we use a mixture of enzymes. So we call it enzyme cocktail. They're going to break down PFAS eventually to fluoride as a non-toxic ion and small fragments. So as many of you are aware, enzymes are just special proteins. They are nature's best catalysts. So
we kind of incorporating enzymes as a cocktail into a membrane design, become a filter. So the filter itself uses trapping, but also is converting PFAS to smaller, eventually to smaller fragments, to non-toxic components. So our biofilters can be designed as a small scale, as small as you can use at home, for example, as a filter for your tap water, and can be used as a large scale. We can use a large membrane filter for water stream, for those entering rivers and lakes. So we can trap the PFAS, but also can finally convert it because we have enzyme inside of filter. They're going to convert those PFAS into non-toxic fluoride. So our approach, you use experimental, but also we have computational simulation, look at interaction of the PFAS with enzymes. So we're collaborating with Gary Baker, who is an expert in enzyme characterization, immobilization, but also Professor Tao Wei is a computational scientist. So we do both approaches. Finally, our biofilters can be operated at the room temperature instead of, people do pyrolysis, 400, 500 degrees Celsius, burning, incineration, 1600, 2000 degrees Celsius. Our biofilter is also non-toxic because the use of the natural catalyst enzymes. And finally, our method specifically target on PFAS type of pesticides. So we use special enzymes to target those PFAS. However, our method can be also used for other type of PFAS found in water to finally eliminate the PFAS. So that's my brief presentation. Thank you.
We need to wrap up. Are you complete? Done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Questions from the commission? Any online? I just had a quick question. I'm going to ask the same question I asked the previous person. A lot of talk on PFAS, and you're dealing with the enzymes and specifically pesticides. Do you see any application for what you're doing to say the presentation that was in front of you?
I think our approach is a little bit different. They use the plasma approach to break down the PFAS molecule, which is a viable approach, I agree. But also our enzyme is very specific, is targeting on PFAS molecules. So eventually they're going to break down the bond between carbon and fluoride. And also our approach does not use energy really involved, is room temperature. So it can be at a room temperature, enzymatic reaction can be done at room temperature. So it's very mild operation condition, very specific, and also it's going to target on certain PFAS molecules.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Questions? Seeing none, we greatly appreciate your presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on, let's go to line 43, project number 059, Leanne Sethna, pristine to green toxic blooms threaten northern lakes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Just
Great.
introduce yourselves and then you can go forward.
Well, thank you. My name is Leanne Sethna, and I'd like to shift your attention from the topic of PFAS to the issue of harmful algal blooms, which we plan to address in our proposal titled Pristine to Green, Toxic Blooms Threaten Northern Lakes. I'm a research scientist at the St. Croix Watershed Research Station, the Environmental Research Institute of the Science Museum of Minnesota. And I'd also like to acknowledge our project collaborators at the Red Lake DNR and the 1854 Treaty Authority, who have helped us develop our proposal and will help us implement the project objectives. Our proposed project seeks to understand how nuisance and toxic algal blooms form, which then contribute to public health concerns around the exposure to algal toxins, drinking water quality impairment, ecological damage to fisheries, wild rice stands and other aquatic life, public beach closures, and economic losses from declines in recreation and tourism. In the last decade, Minnesota has spent millions of dollars on the prevention and mitigation of harmful algal blooms, including large reductions in nutrient pollution. Yet the frequency, ubiquity, and toxicity of these blooms continues to increase across the state, as shown by these red dots in the map behind me. So studying blooms in relatively pristine waters will allow us to understand why these blooms are worsening despite decreases in nutrient inputs. 2 years ago, we led an initial study that was funded by the LCCMR to understand how and to what degree lakes within the Superior National Forest and Boundary Waters canoe area were blooming with toxic algae, which are known as cyanobacteria. Where we expected to find small localized blooms of algae, we found blooms such as these photos here that were thick and not toxic blooms of cyanobacteria that were producing toxins at 6 times EPA's recreational limit. And these were lakes 2 and 3 portages into the Boundary Waters canoe area. So this surprising finding prompted further study, and our proposed project seeks to build on our work by engaging in 3 project objectives. Firstly, we will enhance previous monitoring efforts across a wider variety of northern lakes. Second, we'll analyze those lakes' algal communities and potential for toxin production. And finally, we'll quantify the amount of nutrients that these lakes are capable of recycling from their sediments. The results from this study will be able to inform management decisions for preventing and mitigating harmful algal blooms beyond existing nutrient pollution reduction strategies. We also will gain a better understanding of how these blooms develop and the factors that contribute to their toxicity. Finally, we hope to better identify and describe the impacts of harmful algal blooms on our lake ecosystems, including the impacts to fisheries, native birds and wildlife, as well as wild rice health and abundance. Our first project objective will be to expand on previous monitoring efforts using 16 lakes across northern Minnesota, which will be located in these green highlighted areas on the map. There's limited monitoring data in these remote areas, and this has contributed to knowledge gaps in our understanding of algal blooms in pristine lakes. We will work to fill these gaps using water quality sampling and high-resolution monitoring buoys, which will allow us to characterize dynamic lake physical and thermal structures, cyanobacteria abundance and functional traits, and lake nutrient concentrations. Our second objective uses the power of lake mud, or paleolimnology, to reconstruct historical nutrient conditions and the algal community in each of our study lakes, which will establish this baseline of natural conditions in each lake and document if and how these lakes have changed over time. These baselines can be used to inform effective management strategies and identify the environmental factors that contribute to the increase in harmful cyanobacterial blooms. Finally, our third objective will quantify the rates of sediment nutrient recycling using laboratory experiments that simulate the conditions within Minnesota's pristine lakes. Our previous research showed that nutrient recycling is a potential mechanism for cyanobacterial blooms, so this project will directly measure how this process is occurring and to what degree it is influencing harmful algal bloom formation. Taken together, these 3 activities will create a better understanding of how algal blooms form in our most pristine and remote lakes, and will in turn inform management strategies that remain robust in the face of environmental change. Minnesota is the proud state of 10,000 lakes. This directly contributes to Minnesota's booming $10 billion outdoor recreation economy. This research will better prepare us to confront harmful algal blooms, which is one of the largest problems facing our water resources. I thank you for the opportunity to share our proposal and our enthusiasm for the study of harmful algal blooms in pristine Minnesota lakes. I welcome the chance to further discuss the details of this project, and I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a question from Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Chair. I'm listening to the discussion today, and quite honestly, I feel like I've been out of the loop. I'm sure there's other published stories on this issue of algal blooms being discovered in pristine lakes, but I don't recall hearing about it recently, if ever. But shame on me, I'm sure it's out there. Do we have any theories as to what is causing these things? I'm assuming that's what your research is seeking to establish, but there's got to be some guesses out there that have some educated background in terms of their thoughts on how this is happening. Just wanted to quickly ask that. Thank you.
Ms. Sefna?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioner, for the question and the opportunity to clarify this. So absolutely, these blooms have been observed in many northern lakes in Minnesota, and a previous proposal that was funded by LCCMR was sought to understand some of the drivers of these blooms in Minnesota lakes, especially. And so two of the drivers that we examined in this previous study included atmospheric dust deposition, so potentially inputs of nutrients from well outside the Superior National Forest and Boundary Waters area that might be contributing to increased nutrient concentrations in lakes. And then we also looked at the potential for these lakes to be recycling nutrients from their own sediments. And so these preliminary findings indicate that this process, which we call internal nutrient loading, is a really large factor that's contributing to nutrient input into these systems. And so understanding which lakes are sensitive to that process and the rates at which they are actually loading these nutrients will help us understand how lakes are functioning across the state.
Follow up, Representative Heinzman?
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to continue to be watching for this. I'll have to do some more searching this afternoon to better understand it, but I'm glad that there's a project. Thank you for moving it issue. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry to have interrupted you. There was, when we first started this study about 2 years ago, we actually chatted with NPR News about the story. And so there's maybe a story from the fall of 2022 specifically about this LCCMR project, but we also have done work in places like Voyageurs National Park and Isle Royale National Park, and that have documented blooms in those areas as well as lakes within northern Minnesota.
Okay. No more follow-up?
Nothing further. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Other commission members have questions? Thank you. I think Representative Heinzman brings up a good point. We do need a little more outreach on these problems. I always get a little peeved that I can't find out how clean our lakes are before we go swimming in them or put our dogs in them or whatever we're supposed to do. So do you have any thoughts on how we can get the word out? And with your study, will you get the word out?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for that question. We have been in communications with the Forest Service as well as the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency, who have similar concerns about notifying folks who are recreating in the boundary waters, for example. And so this project, because we are hoping to ramp up our monitoring efforts and do more frequent analyses, we hope to better understand the timing of blooms, and so we can better predict and then warn people who are entering wilderness areas of blooms. And so part of our research will be to help work with the Forest Service and do more public education on how to identify blooms if you come across one, but also notifications and alerts for people who are visiting these lakes.
Yeah, thank you. We heard something about that in a previous presentation. So how do you warn people?
I think it's a combination of sign notices. So when I've traveled to the boundary waters, specifically, you have to get a permit. And so there's billboards and signage, and there's also instructional videos before you enter the boundary waters on safety and proper wilderness techniques and safety. And so I think it could be incorporated into those kinds of trainings and warnings. But also the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency has done some and put together some activities on how people can appropriately identify harmful algal blooms. And so I think that is also an effort that deserves more attention in terms of making sure that people, even if they're not recreating in a wilderness area, can identify cyanobacterial blooms in lakes across the state.
In years past, there was a website you could put check my lake. and you could put in your lake and they would give you some of the latest data on the blooms, other toxins, runoffs. And I would love to see that come back. I mean, a lot of people don't have time to read the signs at the boundary waters when they're already out pretty far. So it would just be nice to get some sort of social media going so that people have an understanding of this problem, how to identify it, and get more information. So that's my piece of advice. So,
Yeah,
any
well-
other questions? All right, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Moving along, look for.
Madam Chair?
line- Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I apologize. Senator Western. Huh?
Just raise it.
Madam
Oh, I'm
Chair,
sorry.
just an additional question on the algal blooms.
Yes.
We had some AIS projects last week talking some about zebra mussels and others. Is there any correlation to zebra mussels in lakes and the algae blooms go down, or is there typically harmful algae blooms even in a lake with zebra mussels, or what's the correlation between those two? Because in a lot of cases, the zebra mussels are making lakes more clear, even though they are an invasive species. Just be interested to know what you know on that so far.
Ms. Sefna?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners, for that question. I think that's a great point and points to the lack of data and understanding that we have of these northern lakes in Minnesota. There's very little monitoring data, especially in lakes that might potentially have both zebra mussels and the occurrence of cyanobacterial blooms. To my knowledge, zebra mussels are not in many boundary waters lakes or any boundary water lakes at all. And so the intersection between the two certainly deserves further study, and it's something that we could explore in lakes within the 1854 ceded territory or lakes within the Red Lake Nation, because those two organizations were particularly interested in the intersection between cyanobacterial blooms and other aquatic life.
Do you have a follow-up?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate your presentation. Okay, now moving on to line 56, Project 191. Citizen scientists capture microplastics pollution around the state by Melissa Maurer Jones. And you may proceed.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and respected chairs, vice chairs, and esteemed members. Thank you for the opportunity to present our proposal on citizen scientists capturing microplastic pollution. My name is Melissa Maurer Jones. I'm a faculty member at the University of Minnesota Duluth. We're a group that's across the state, and so you're also joined virtually by some of my collaborators on this project, with Dr. Lee Penn and Matt Simsick, professors at University of Minnesota Twin Cities, with Margaret Elmer Dixon, who's a faculty member in Milwaukee School of Engineering. We have a high school teacher from Southern Minnesota. In addition, Gnu Eagle is a faculty member at Leech Lake Tribal College, who's a collaborator on this project, but couldn't join today because he is out on fieldwork. Microplastics are a byproduct of using plastics and come in form of small fragments and fibers. They harm wildlife, pollute water, and can enter the food chain, which affects human health. We need to study microplastics to understand their environmental impact and find ways to protect our ecosystems. Our project started as a smaller collaboration with just a few high school teachers, myself, and Professors Simsick and Penn. We developed a kit for sampling lake water and sampled numerous lakes in near the Twin Cities, New Prague, Duluth. After our first trials, our high school teachers took students in the field where small groups of students used kits to sample lakes. And we learned a lot from those experiences. First, students enjoyed learning about microplastics and enjoyed learning about fieldwork, and they gained greater awareness of our impacts on our local environments. Secondly, we learned the overall sampling process was relatively easy, but the classification and counting of the particles was rather hard. And so here's my, it's hard here to pick out particles that that you could see that are either plastic or from natural particles. The third thing we learned is that we can do this. Fast forward 2 years, and we come before you with our project to expand our citizen science approach to sampling Minnesota lakes by adding additional team members, teachers, and more. We have 2 big project goals. First, we will develop adaptable methodologies that will address challenges I discussed above and leverage citizen scientists to survey microplastic pollution throughout the state. Second, we aim to build a database of microplastic abundance in water bodies across the state that could be used for monitoring efforts. Our major motivation for our approach is that surveying diverse locations around the state, like urban and rural lakes, across seasons, it's unsustainable for small teams of PIs, and both in terms of time and money. Our citizen science approach expands the network of samplers, which will allow us to grow our database and strengthen tracking of microplastics in Minnesota waters. We have 2 activities that we proposed within this work. First, we aim to improve microplastic detection and accuracy of counts. We are working to develop new detection and counting technology that could be used by us and our citizen scientists and beyond. Second, we aim to deploy these kits throughout the state of Minnesota, primarily working with high school science classrooms. Our work includes building curriculum materials that will be freely available to high school science teachers and is mapped to Minnesota's state science standards. A big benefit of working with high school classes is that we get replicate sampling at each site because the students work in small groups. Further, we will validate the students' results. The data collected, in addition to curricular materials, will be freely available through our publicly accessible database. Finally, we plan to expand beyond high school classrooms into looking at collaborating with other citizen scientists, including perhaps tapping into something like the MPCA Volunteer Water Monitoring Group. One of the strengths of this proposal is the team of scientists that we're bringing together. We're scientists from across the state with personal and professional connections with folks in our region. Further, this group comprises folks with experience and reputation in analysis and fieldwork for microplastics in the environment. We proposed a 3-year project with a budget of $450,000. We currently have 15 kits, and we want to use these funds to assemble and distribute more. Funds will be used also to pay personnel, including undergraduate and graduate students, and to support high school teachers with small stipends to help develop curriculum materials and funds to pay for transportation for teachers and students to sampling sites. The result of this project is an extensive citizen science network and a freely available public database of microplastic abundance, along with the curriculum materials. We're going to get this work out, the results of this work out through this public database, along with, the standard scholarly work, which peer-reviewed publications and presentations. So with that, I'd welcome any questions. I'll probably primarily be answering them, but if my team has any efforts, they'll chime in. So thank you so much.
Great. Thank you very much for your presentation. Questions from any of the commission members? Well, I have one. Would you hold up that container again? There you go. So it's 2 of those. All right. What's the accuracy?
So that is something that we need to, I think one of the biggest challenges, thank you for your question, Madam Chair. This is one of the biggest questions I think we have in sort of validating the high school students' results is how accurate are their counts compared to ours. And so we haven't done that yet. That's part of the proposed work where in addition to sending these kits to high school teachers to go sample at a particular body of water in the state, we also would plan to send either undergraduates or graduate students out to the same sampling locations, even just to similarly sample and take it all the way through the sample processing that would typically be done with microplastic analysis. And so the hope here is that we can validate the students' results. Now, do we think that these students will have as high of analytical rigor as maybe folks that have been, doing this a little longer? We don't. And I think that that's a false expectation. But the hope is through this validation, we can understand how closely those high school students meet towards what, scientists in the field regularly do. And the idea here is we could then factor that into this public database. We can have that kind of as a validation factor as part of it.
That's great. Well, we would love the rigor, but they could go on to greater institutions. However, so I think I read you're doing 10 lakes. Am I correct? I'm looking at my data and trying to run the meeting.
Yeah, no
how many
worries.
lakes?
We don't have a limit on the number of lakes that we want to
okay.
explore. We actually just want to find eager high school science teachers to participate. This is Eric Cahoe is on this call. He's not technically a PI on this grant, but he was on the previous effort that we have, who's a high school teacher at Pemberton, Janesville in southern Minnesota. And it's teachers like him who are ready and eager to give his students a real world application that are eager to get this to work. And so we want to keep that going by having some funds to be able to support that curricular development, support them getting some transportation, that kind of thing. So we hope we can support as many teachers as want to do this. The other side of this is that I've had conversations with the extension coordinator, outreach coordinator at Minnesota Sea Grant, and she similarly has a list of teachers that would like to tap into using these resources. So, this is our goal, is to see as many as we can. My colleague, Lee Penn, would also like to add something to this.
Okay, let's make it quick. We have other questions, but go ahead, please.
Have already taken
And please identify yourself.
and
Hold on, Lee.
no worries.
Lee Penn, can you please introduce yourself and then explain what you were going to say?
Yeah.
Sure. My name's Lee Penn. I'm a chemistry professor at the U, and I'm one of the co-PIs on the proposal. And I just wanted to make the point that Eric and other teachers have taken their students out into the field to collect data already. It's a matter of this validation piece and the reproducibility piece that we really want to nail down so that this database can be as useful as possible to all the stakeholders in the state.
Madam Chair, could you hear that?
Yes, we
Great.
could.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Hollins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. This was really interesting. So I always found being in the field to be particularly useful when in science class, whether it was in high school or in college. That was where I really got the most out of it. And so what I'm curious about is what barriers you see for teachers, especially in lower income areas and places where they have larger classroom sizes, what barriers they see to doing something like this, and how are we making sure that this is distributed, these opportunities are distributed equitably, not just for teachers who are maybe the most interested, but also places where students really don't get the opportunity to do things like this.
Ms. Maurer Jones.
Commissioner and Madam Chair, thank you so much for that question. I mean, this is something that we have been thinking about. In our initial rendition of this, we were trying to have teachers involved that were, from Minneapolis, from maybe a more rural school, from a more suburban school. And yeah, so how do we address this? I think some of the point of having funds associated with that is that we are lowering the financial barrier to be able to have them do that. I think also because we're planning on supporting graduate and undergraduate students, it is, and part of this is we have IRB approval and our students get background checked, that we can actually, even if a teacher is having trouble implementing the curriculum because they're juggling, having to implement IEPs or all the other things, but they want to do something still, we're hoping to support personnel, students, or even us faculty to push into those classrooms to be able to lead the activities as to be able to support other people accessing it. I think a barrier that we have is that we need to kind of advertise and make sure that we're getting out to the appropriate venues. I know our colleague Eric Cahoe is part of a Minnesota Science Teachers Consortia, which is pretty active within the state. And so that, that's the first sort of line that we hopefully could capture some interest from folks that are not We also have one of our colleagues is a faculty member at Leech Lake who's on this proposal. And I think part of his motivation here is that there are folks where he's at that want to be involved in this kind of research. And his activity and his on this, I think, may help us knock down some of the barriers to be able to get kits and things out like that to some of those more rural areas as well.
Follow up? Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, want to thank you for your presentation.
Thank you so much.
We have a little bit of a scheduling problem with our next presenter, so we are going to skip her, come back and visit her in a little bit here. So we're going to move on to our 2:30 presentation, which is line 72, project number 212. It is Inclusive Wildlife Engagement in Classrooms and Communities, and it's Jessica Rothenberg. So if Jessica's ready, and then we will come back to the Cindy Dorn. Okay.
All right.
Oh, there
Good
you
afternoon.
are. Good.
Yes, I'm here.
Great.
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah. Yes,
Okay,
I can
great.
hear you.
Great.
Appreciate
thank
you coming today, and please go ahead.
Great. Glad to be here. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members. I'm Jessica Rothenberg, Wildlife Engagement Supervisor for the DNR's Non-Game Wildlife Program. Thank you for the opportunity to present our proposed project, Inclusive Wildlife Engagement in Classrooms and Communities. Have you ever seen someone use binoculars for the first time? That first moment when someone sees a bird up close in vivid detail, their face lights up with joy and amazement. They gasp. They can't take their eyes off it. They become fascinated. They're wowed. Creating these types of awe-inspiring moments have been amongst the most rewarding parts of my career. Moments like these are ones that you know someone will always remember. And for some folks, it well may be the start of a journey to become a lifelong observer and steward of wildlife. These are the types of meaningful experiences that we seek to create with our proposed project. Through 3 unique programs in classrooms and communities, we will enrich the lives of Minnesotans while also benefiting wildlife. We have intentionally designed the suite of programs to welcome and include people who are underrepresented in natural resources. Because, unfortunately, multiple studies have shown that the ethno-racial diversity of our communities is not reflected in the demographics of Minnesotans recreating outdoors, viewing wildlife, choosing natural resource careers, or volunteering for environmental organizations. Our State Wildlife Action Plan identifies 346 species in greatest conservation need. In order to support these at-risk wildlife, we need to engage the public in their conservation. And not just some of the public, a broad, diverse public. The demographics of Minnesota are shifting, so we need to ensure we are creating a diversity of lifelong wildlife stewards for the benefit of the public and our wildlife. Our project engages Minnesotans on multiple levels, from children to adults, with 3 programs. In our first program, Bird by Bird, we will engage elementary students at need-based schools in bird-focused education. Activities involve students in bird ID, natural history, conservation, and community science. All the necessary supplies and support will be provided, such as binoculars, bird feeders, curriculum, volunteers, and a field trip. In our second program, EPIC, Empowering Pathways into Conservation, it will provide urban young adults with exposure to wildlife conservation careers through field experiences and access to natural resource professionals. To reach our intended audience, we will partner with organizations that serve youth from underrepresented groups. And to eliminate any barriers to their participation, the young adults will be paid, similar to a part-time job, and transportation and field tools like binoculars will be provided. In our third program, Community Science, it offers the broader community statewide an array of volunteer opportunities to observe and help wildlife by collecting data that addresses real conservation needs. To ensure that this program is inclusive, The volunteer opportunities occur in both rural and urban areas. Training will be provided, and skill requirements will range from entry level to more advanced. As a result of these 3 programs, our project will benefit a broad spectrum of Minnesotans. Through Bird by Bird, 2,000 elementary students at 10 need-based schools will access the outdoors and nature education to increase their knowledge about birds, spark their interest and appreciation for nature, and become future wildlife stewards. Through EPIC, 60 young adults will experience the outdoors, develop wildlife skills, and connect with role models in wildlife careers, empowering and inspiring them to become natural resource professionals, ultimately increasing representation in Minnesota's conservation workforce. And through community science, 200 diverse volunteers across the state will connect to nature and wildlife through field research that generates critical data on at-risk species. Now imagine a child discovering their favorite bird and declaring that is the most beautiful bird I have ever seen, or a teen participating in an interpretive program led by a park ranger and thinking, I could do that, I want to do that. Or a couple who makes it their date night to head out together in search of calling frogs and toads each spring. These experiences will benefit the well-being of diverse groups of Minnesotans, provide needed data on at-risk wildlife, and foster stewardship ethics and actions to conserve our natural resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have questions for Ms. Rothenberg? Any questions? How do you pick these 10 schools?
Yeah, it's a great question. Thank you for that. So we will have a set of criteria. Schools will be Title I schools, so those that provide free and reduced lunches. There'll also be schools that are located in areas identified as having environmental justice needs, according to a mapping tool from the Environmental Protection Agency. And we're also going to be considering whether or not the school is underserved in science and environmental education by looking at programming available at the school, but also looking at school data such as the Minnesota School Report Card.
Okay, that's great. I would think that would be a difficult task. So any other questions? Oh, good. Dr. Moore up there, Commissioner Moore.
Thank you, Chair Gibson, and thank you for that presentation. And just in response to your previous response, I just wanted to mention to you that EPA mapping tool for environmental justice sometimes misses some of the indigenous communities, and just keep that in mind as well as you're looking for communities to represent with this work.
Thank you. We will do that.
Okay. Not seeing any more questions. We greatly appreciate your presentation.
Thank you so much.
You bet. Mr. Chair, you are back. We have had to switch around a little bit. So the next one is project number 073, Cindy Dorn for environmental education. On line 67. With
project 2025-073, Cindy Dorn, statewide environmental education via PBS Outdoor Series, Pioneer Public Broadcasting System, 415,000. Welcome and begin.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to present our proposal to you today. My name is Cindy Dorn. I am a writer and producer with Prairie Sportsman, and I'm here with Dylan Kerfman. He's executive producer and chief editor and videographer, and Sherry Lamke, Pioneer PBS general manager. And our proposal is to produce 26 new episodes for the 2026 and 27 seasons of Prairie Sportsman that are intended to reach out to a statewide audience and inspire viewers to connect with the outdoors, to increase their environmental science knowledge, and to adopt conservation practices. So every episode of Prairie Sportsman starts with a sports and recreation story, highlighting ways we can enjoy the outdoors, whether that's hunting and fishing, or it's rock climbing at Blue Mountain State Park, or ice climbing in Sandstone. Many of these stories have a conservation focus to them. And our second segments feature environmental science and conservation topics. Many of these are about projects that were recommended by LCCMR and funded by the Environment and Natural Resources Trust Fund. So our environmental stories are scripted to be engaging and fun to watch. For example, we dug into the LCCMR recommended project, Invasive Didymosophenia Threatens North Shore Streams. And we created our story, Rocksnot Invasion. So besides being viewed by all Minnesota PBS stations, Rocksnot Invasion received more than 14,000 Facebook views and a 2023 Emmy nomination. So an easy way to find these stories, if you go to prairiesportsman.org, and right at the top of the page, there is a link with the loon logo, and it links to a playlist of stories featuring trust fund projects. And the very top story is Thanks a Billion, Minnesota. If you haven't seen that, I encourage you to. So this is a special half-hour PBS special about projects that have been on Prairie Sportsman and were our trust fund projects. You'll also see stories on efforts to restore threatened or endangered species, such as trumpeter swans, Dakota skipper butterflies, native mussels, and wood turtles in southeast Minnesota. We highlight research into dangers such as road salts, PFAS, microplastics, and other pollutants. And every time we present these dangers to our environment, we also show ways that people can reduce or replace these toxins. Preserving and protecting natural resources is a constant theme of our stories. However, agriculture is also vitally important to our state. And we featured advances in sustainable agriculture, like growing kernza and camelina, and innovations like solar-powered robotic weed control in cornfields, and turning wind energy into hydrogen and converting it to green ammonia fertilizer. And next season, we're producing a story on Minnesota-grown hemp fibers that are being developed for erosion control mats used by MnDOT for construction projects. Every season, we investigate advances in controlling and even eradicating invasive species, such as tagging and tracking invasive carp, which has led to some massive captures of these invaders traveling up the Mississippi, into Minnesota. And again, we always look for opportunities to present ways that Minnesotans can help restore and protect our natural resources, whether by planting pollinator-friendly habitat, stopping the spread of invasive species, using lead-free shot and fishing tackle, and becoming citizen scientists, just a few examples. Along with environmental education, Prairie Sportsman promotes fun ways to connect with the outdoors that are intended to inspire people of all ages, all demographics, to replace screen time with outdoor time, which is the path to environmental stewardship. So Project Get Outdoors, Trout Unlimited, Pheasants Forever are among the featured organizations that are connecting youth to the outdoors and a lifetime of stewardship. We feature people who inspire others who are underrepresented in outdoor recreation, such as Ray Ruiz of Minneapolis, who teaches fishing and hunting fundamentals to the Latinx communities, and also Emily Ford of Duluth, who was the first woman and only the second person to through hike the Ice Age Trail during winter, which she did to inspire youth and people of color to explore the outdoors. This work has been awarded with 35 Upper Midwest Emmy nominations and 4 Emmys, including 3 stories about conservation and wildlife research, and an award for Brett Amundsen's hosting talent. So we are proposing to continue production of this highly acclaimed program with 2 new 13-episode seasons filmed at locations throughout the state. Episodes and individual stories are also offered online through the Prairie Sportsman website, Facebook, and the Prairie Sportsman YouTube channel. This significantly increases viewership. For example, the trail Minnesota forgot about, the Casey Jones State Trail, which the trust fund supports, has received more than 38,000 Facebook views. Many of these segments are used for education and public outreach by the DNR, research centers, schools, universities, environmental learning centers, and others, which extends every story's evergreen value for years to come. So we would not be able to bring this environmental education to a statewide audience without LCCMR recommended trust fund grants. Producing an outdoor show is time consuming and it's expensive, especially a series that is filmed in every region of the state. So thank you for giving us this opportunity to inspire Minnesotans to get outdoors and to protect our valuable natural resources. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Commissioner Faber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for that presentation, Cindy. I want to speak in strong support of this. I watch Prairie Sportsman and Brett as much as I can. What I would say, as I'm sure you might be aware, many of our members here probably don't get Pioneer PBS because it's out western Minnesota. Well, some do. Let me finish, Young. The executive director is already barking at me, Cindy, so I don't know if that's good. I was just going to recommend to my fellow commission members that don't get Pioneer PBS, you can stream it for about $60 for the PBS, for the Pioneer PBS passport, which I do with Lakeland and Pioneer TV. So, and then you can watch them all going back. I've been on the commission 12 years and we've supported that show. See, the executive director is smiling. That's a rarity right now. But anyway, so it was just a comment to say, go and get the passport, Pioneer passport for $60 a year. And you can watch all of Prairie Sportsman. So there you go. Thank you much.
Excellent, thank you.
Yeah.
And we actually, if you go on to prairiesportsman.org, there is a schedule of when it's on all the other stations. So it is on TPT and Duluth, Lakeland. They just show it at different times. So, yeah.
Senator Hur.
Streaming is a great way.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Chair, members. Before I served the Senate, my history go back to TPT. That was the reason that I was brought to Minnesota back in 1991. And I have a pleasure to work with Ms. Sharon Lemke here. I was producing the Hmong TV back then. And so I know it will be, I think that the requested number, I mean, this not like, yes, hello, this not at the legislature where you can adjust the dollars, and I think that the budget they're asking for is like, is still small. We if it's a legislature, we could add a few more $100,000 to it, but they if that's what they ask for, that's good. They know what they're doing. I just want to echo the part about including the underrepresented, and I just want to encourage to do more of that as well, because we do need to promote environmental stewardship among our youth of color, especially those who live in an urban area and may have forgotten their heritage, their outdoor heritage. And we're doing that, my own cultural community, we're doing that internally, but we can only do so much. Any reinforcement from outside will be great, but that's my culture. But the metro itself is diverse too. You have Somali, you have African American, and you have Latino as well. So if there's opportunity to be as inclusive, that'd be great. Like bring back the golden age of TPT. Ms. Lemke would know that where we do multiple program, and again, congratulations for your positions as well, Madam Executive, and look forward to seeing it. I will be following it, and I will enjoy the production, watching the outcome of the production as well.
Awesome. Thank you.
Ms. Dorn. Are there any other members? Seeing none, thank you. We'll go to our next presentation. It is number 2025 212, Jessica Ruthenberg, inclusive. Oh, it's 2025-260, Solomon David, Minnesota's priority native rough fish, gars, and bowfin, University of Minnesota College CFANS, 593,000. Welcome and begin your presentation.
Thank you, Chair and committee members. Could you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. I was afraid I was going to get cut out of the agenda there for a second, though, so I appreciate you all hanging in there for the last talk here. So my name is Solomon David, and I'm an assistant professor of aquatic ecology in the Department of Fisheries, Wildlife, and Conservation Biology at the University of Minnesota. Today I'll be talking about Minnesota's priority native rough fish, gars, and bowfins. But before getting into that, I wanted to define what is a native rough fish, or what even is a rough fish. And you might have heard about this already a little bit from some previous presentations. Rough fish are generally considered to have lesser value than game fish, which have higher value. And this has historical roots both in colonialism, also in fisheries management, and in commercial fisheries. So game fish such as walleye, bass, and trout are thought of to have higher value than rough fish such as gars, bowfins, suckers, or even invasive fishes such as carps. However, the native rough fish species do have important roles that they play in native ecosystems. They can maintain predator-prey balance, whether as prey or as predators. They can serve as environmental indicators, such as aquatic connectivity as they move through river systems, wetlands, back and forth. They also serve as hosts to freshwater mussels, which we've heard already are important representatives of aquatic ecosystem health in the state of Minnesota and really worldwide. And so they serve as hosts to those larval glaucidia, and which hitch a ride on various native rough-fish species. Sometimes they're very species specific, sometimes they're more generalist. So native rough-fish can serve as ecosystem health indicators, but they can also potentially be of importance to human health. And I'll talk about that a little bit later if there's time. So in 2023, the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources was directed by the state legislature to complete a native fish report identifying conservation measures and research needs for native rough fish management. Upon completion of that native fish conservation report at the end of 2023, 3 species were identified as top priority: the bowfin, short-nosed gar, and the long-nosed gar. Got a representative of the long-nosed gar right here. That's all that can fit on the screen. They tend to be a little bit longer than that. These long-lived species play crucial roles in Minnesota waters by maintaining ecological balance, as I mentioned, serving as a host to freshwater mussels and environmental indicators. To effectively manage these species, however, the DNR requires population dynamics data such as age, growth, recruitment, and ecological data, including habitat use and what they're eating. Further, the DNR acknowledged that they do not have established sampling strategies for native rough fish and seek to launch new research to secure that valuable population level data. So to help address those priority native rough fish knowledge gaps, the DNR report specifically identified, lucky for us, collaborating with our lab at University of Minnesota. Through that collaboration, we hope to develop a management strategy for Minnesota gars and bowfins and a methodological template for the remaining priority native rough fish species. So we want to come up with a plan for gars and bowfins, but then be able to expand that to the other native rough fish priority species. So to better understand population dynamics and ecology of gars and bowfins in Minnesota, we'll use our team's expertise. I've been studying these fishes for over 20 years, from the Great Lakes down to the Gulf Coast, to generate that vital natural resource data and also to train collaborators and students. We'll use field surveys of 3 major river systems: the Mississippi River, Minnesota River, and St. Croix, and 3 inland lake systems to collect age, growth, relative abundance, and trophic ecology data. Those field surveys will be done in collaboration with the Minnesota DNR and also Bemidji State University. Sampling methods will include electrofishing and also nearshore netting. So some of the outcomes that we expect from this, that our age, growth, and abundance data will generate those population dynamics models that the DNR needs to directly inform conservation and management of these priority native rough fish species in Minnesota. The food web and habitat use models will inform managers and even the public regarding the health of Minnesota's aquatic ecosystems, exemplifying the value of native rough fish and the roles they play, what they're eating, where they're going, and how they fit into Minnesota's aquatic ecosystems. Using our expertise in native rough-fish, we'll train and co-develop sampling strategies with the DNR, students, and citizen scientists for collecting data on these species beyond the length of this project, contributing to sustainable natural resource management and conservation for generations to come. We'll communicate our findings to diverse audiences through multiple paths. So we'll share our results with the scientific community by publishing our findings in peer-reviewed scientific journals, presenting at professional conferences, and the general public through multiple outreach strategies, including partnerships with native rough-fish anglers, with bow fishers, citizen scientists, social media updates, and also popular online and print articles, which I've had experience in the past in doing. We'll also be at the State Fair this year, so if you want a preview of native rough-fish, Fans is featuring GARs, and we've got some videos with 360-degree footage for the native rough-fish, so feel free to drop by us there. And we'll also be training the project team in science communication strategies to increase statewide and national awareness of Minnesota's leadership in this area of natural resource management. So these findings and communication strategies will serve as a template for future study of other native rough-fish species in Minnesota, but also nationwide. And I want to emphasize that other states are looking to Minnesota for their work on native rough-fish. This is why I came up here to Minnesota. I moved my family up here from Louisiana last year, and so I'm excited to be working on this with the DNR, with the legislature, and also with the citizen scientists up here. So with that, thank you, Chair and committee members, for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to take any questions that you might have.
Pretty fantastic. Commissioner Faber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the presentation. Now we've had a couple, as you I've already mentioned, we've had a couple of, now that the legislature has made the change, we have native rough-fish statute. One of the things, I'm a college instructor myself, we have all the ologies, mammalogy, and there's ichthyology. Now, one of the things I would think would be a great outcome of all of this is if you really want to promote, and we all, I think many of us do, is get a good booklet. Is there a good booklet on who are the native rough-fish of Minnesota? You could put that together and it would sell like hotcakes. When you think about it, because you said bowfin. Well, a lot of people don't know that bowfin is a dogfish. These types of things. And again, I get fired up talking about them just because I've fished so many of these things since I was a kid, and now they seem to have an official status. So I'm excited about any and all of the work that's going to be ongoing, but a book or a booklet or whatever would be a great thing to be thinking about. Thank you.
Doctor.
Thank you for that comment. I appreciate it. And I have taken over teaching the fisheries science course in our department, and have been promoting the native rough-fish work and the work by the DNR. So we're kind of trying to bring a more progressive take on native fish conservation alongside walleye, trout, and bass, and sort of looking at a conserving native biodiversity overall. And we are working with the DNR on a guide to native rough-fish. The native rough-fish calendar is coming out this coming year, so we're excited about that. They got a hold of me asking if I had any pictures of GARs, and I said, I have thousands, just let me know what you need. And so we are working very hard on this sort of outreach aspect for native rough-fish. And I try to avoid using all the puns, but dogfish is definitely, the other name for bowfin. So these are our underdog fish for sure. And we hope to promote them successfully. Thank you for your question and comment.
Yeah, thank you. I see you get just as excited about them buggers as I do. Thank you, Doctor.
Commissioner Moore.
Thank you, Chair Hansen, and thank you, Dr. Solomon, for the presentation. I thought you did a fine job. I too appreciate your enthusiasm for native species restoration. I encourage you to consider working with the tribes in Minnesota. Many tribes in the nation really focus a lot of energy and effort on native species restoration, particularly native fish. Tribes are oftentimes leaders in native fish restoration. And I didn't hear much mention of that in your presentation. So I look forward to this project. I think fish are generally underrepresented in LCCMR funding, and rough fish in particular, but also the tribes are also underrepresented. So keep that in mind as you pursue your project.
Doctor?
Thank you very much for that recommendation, and that's something that we would definitely like to explore. We've got some priority sites set up to establish at least a baseline from these fishes, but we would like to reach out to the tribes to move forward with that. In Louisiana, we worked with the Pointe-au-Chien band of Indians down there, and we worked with the Chickasaw tribe in Oklahoma on various outreach activities. So we're kind of working our way up the Mississippi River, if you will. So we would like to do that here in Minnesota, and we will begin to reach out to connections there. So that's extremely important, and we would like to do that. And in fact, the various indigenous peoples have seen the value of these native rough fish much earlier than we have, and continue to do so. So they have a very important voice in that, and we would like to include that in our research moving forward for sure. So thank you for that recommendation. We will take that into account.
Thank you. Any other questions, members? Thank you. We are done with presentations for today. And we have a little bit of business, other business and public testimony. Ms. Nash.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Campana is going to provide an update on strategic planning, and we do not have public testimony today.
Mr. Campana.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to share my screen quickly because I think it'll be easier to show everybody than to tell you about. All right, members of the commission, I just wanted to give you a quick update on the strategic planning process. Your last update was a couple weeks ago, and the subcommittee has been diligently working and has accomplished quite a bit. To begin with, the subcommittee has adopted a recommendation for a new vision for the ENRTF. I've put on this slide the current vision. I'm not going to read it out because it's a little bit lengthy, as you can see. But the new recommended vision is that Minnesota's lands, waters, fish, and wildlife are plentiful, healthy, resilient, and appreciated for their intrinsic value as well as the benefits they provide us all. Subcommittee has also adopted a recommendation for a new mission statement. The current mission statement is: the mission of the Environmental Natural Resources Trust Fund is to ensure a long-term secure source for funding for environmental and natural resource activities whose benefits are realized only over an extended period of time. The subcommittee has recommended the following mission statement. The mission of the Environmental and Natural Resources Trust Fund is to fund environmental and natural resource projects that best protect, conserve, preserve, and enhance Minnesota's air, water, land, fish, wildlife, and other natural resources. After adopting these recommendations, the subcommittee moved on to goals for the ENRTF, and the subcommittee has created a recommendation for 7 goals to be included in the strategic plan. Goal 1 is related to resiliency. It states Minnesota's environment, natural resources, and communities are resilient in the face of climate change, land use changes, and extreme weather events. Goal number 2 is related to water. Minnesota's water resources are better managed for both water quantity and quality to support aquatic life, drinking water, recreation, and other uses. Goal number 3 is related to fish and wildlife or species. Minnesota has healthy and diverse aquatic and terrestrial wildlife and plant populations that sustain and enhance the state's environment, economy, and quality of life. The 4th goal is related to land. Minnesota's public and private lands, including forests, grasslands, wetlands, and agricultural lands, provide long-term benefits to fish, wildlife, and people. Moving on to the 5th goal, it reads, Minnesota responds quickly and proactively to emerging environmental and natural resource issues. Goal number 6 is related to energy. Minnesota achieves reliance on renewable energy in all sectors, including transportation, building, industry, agriculture, and others. And goal number 7 is related to access and opportunities. All Minnesotans, especially young people, have access to and take advantage of opportunities, including culturally relevant and innovative connections to the lands and waters of Minnesota. So those are the recommendations so far the subcommittee has come up with for the full commission. Currently, the subcommittee is working on strategies for those ENRTF goals I just mentioned. It's going to start working on LCCMR goals and strategies. So if you recall, back in November, the commission recommended that the subcommittee look at 2 different things related to the LCCMR. one, communications and outreach, and the second, proposal solicitation, review, and recommendation process. So this subcommittee is going to begin discussing goals and strategies for those two things. The subcommittee is going to talk about measurable outcomes. And finally, the subcommittee is going to kind of look at the RFP for 2026 and see how the new recommendations would work into an RFP and how that might read. So that's where the subcommittee is right now. Just a reminder to all the subcommittee members, we will be meeting 15 minutes after this meeting adjourns. If any of you, hopefully you all have the link. If any of you do not, please feel free to contact me or Director Nash. We'll make sure we get that to you. And I also want to remind all the commission members who aren't on the subcommittee that all the materials for the subcommittee are posted on the meeting agendas. The YouTube videos are all posted, so you can all follow along if you'd like to or are curious about those discussions. And that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Don't see any hands up. Dr. Nash, do we have any other business? Oh, Senator Westrom.
Mr. Chair, not on this issue. I just wanted to follow up on something from earlier, but it sounded like we're probably getting to that point. But if anybody has a question on strategic planning, you can come back to me.
Anything else on strategic planning? Thank you. Senator Westrom, other business, other items.
Other item, Mr. Chair, I just, when I asked a question earlier, somehow my connection went down or failed, and so I never heard an answer. But when I got rejoined, it seemed like that answer had already been talked about, or I was just at the tail end of it. So if it was, it would work to just repeat that. And it was basically about the parks project just before in the morning segment, and the capital project or money they were looking for. And I just was trying to understand the difference between that and other projects that we had notated throughout the review process, that some had said it's capital, so it wouldn't qualify, and others do have capital and they qualify. And I was trying to understand that. I didn't hear the answer if that'd be possible.
Okay, Senator Westrom, and I apologize. I thought you were still on during that. So Director Nash responded that the statute change in 2023 provided that it did not exclude other state funds for matching. So, and then Director Nash said if we wanted to, or that's something that the commission could do as a policy, but right now the statute is that you may use, a proposer may use other state funds for the matching of the 25%. So, and then there was a back and forth with the proposer that their project, they had received a portion of funds in 2023 from the one-time general fund. They have not started that project. It is not.
That part I did hear, Mr. Chair. That's where I kind of resumed back in. So, okay. That was, so quick follow-up, so capital, dollars from LCCMR can be used for capital equipment or projects. Is that the final conclusion? Because I recall some projects being notated in our review that it's for capital, so it may not be allowed. But where's my disconnect on that? If Director Nash could touch on that, or you could, Chair,
Mr. Campana, do you want to, and I think part of what, with that particular project, they were talking about capital with a small c for things, but we do have, if Mr. Campana could talk about the capital proposals.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So the request for proposal under two of the categories, category C, environmental education, and I believe it's category E, renewable energy and air quality. There is a statement that capital projects are not eligible for funding under those categories. So usually those are the sections where we have noted if something appears to be a capital project, ask the question whether it's eligible for funding under that category. I think that addresses the question. I can go into more detail if you need, Mr. Chair.
Director Nash.
Mr. Chair and members, I just want to distinguish that from the capital construction project requirements. And that's where that 25% match comes in, and that's sort of separate from this issue about priorities that are written in the RFP.
Is that helpful, Senator Westrom?
It is, Mr. Chair. I do have a follow-up. Categories, I think you said E and one other category D. Was that a LCCMR commission that just said if under these two you can't ask for capital, but the others all can? Mr. or Mike, is that, or where did that
Campana,
caveat
Mr.
come
Campana.
from?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Westrom. Yes, that is accurate. It is the LCCMR that made the decision to include those in the RFP.
And Senator Westrom, you might remember that last summer when we sat here with Commission Member Albert's committee on looking at the capital projects, and then that was incorporated into the RFP.
Okay. So if somebody's going
to, so it has been there prior to that, but we talked about it last summer. So Ms. Nash, correct me on the record. So if you could do that.
Mr. Chair and members, I believe the priority that LCCMR set that does not allow capital projects in those two categories predates the discussion about construction projects and the whole subcommittee process. So that has been in there, but that was still in the RFP that we discussed and talked about and that the members approved this past fall.
Senator Westrom.
And Mr. Chair and Becca, Ms. Nash, so if somebody was requesting capital as part of their project, would they just have to change the category they're requesting it under? Or would, if we determined that it's supposed to be under category E, we'd put it there and therefore it wouldn't be allowable? Or how? I guess I've never focused on it quite this close, and I'm just kind of thinking why on these two categories? And then I'm thinking back of a community that had asked for some outdoor playground equipment in a park that they're developing, and I think when we looked at that, somehow there was some caveats that they wouldn't necessarily be eligible for that capital, and I guess it kind of all is blending together to me, and I'm trying to distinguish where the line is drawn, and the project this morning kind of spurred that as they talked about their capital. So any follow-up on that would be helpful.
Ms. Nash, and maybe we just send that out to members again.
Yeah, and Mr. Chair, members, I'll take a stab here and then I will ask for Mike to back me up. But I think it depends on what the primary purpose of the project is. If the project is about education and it's a capital project, I don't think you're going to kind of get around that rule by submitting it in a different category. Similar with the category E, air quality, renewable energy. If the main thrust of this is to do a capital project for renewable energy, it doesn't matter if you put it in category A or category F, it's still, a capital project for that purpose. So I think, staff could use some more guidance on this. We did have to kind of guess on some of these things because sometimes there's, a project has multiple benefits and it could probably fit into any of those categories, but it seems more clear that in that last category, category F, which is about recreation, parks and trails, access, that construction fits more neatly in that category. And Mr. Capata, do you want to clarify anything or add to anything?
Mr. Chair, I think that covers it pretty well. There are obviously projects where they bridge categories and they could put it in either one. And often people do put it in one that does not involve that restriction on capital projects. And I think staff generally respect that if it makes sense that it could be in either one and they choose to do that. I think the only time staff would note something if someone put it in a different categories, if, as Director Nash mentioned, if the project is education, but they put it under land acquisition and recreation, we would still flag it as a capital project and potentially subject to that restriction.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it.
Members, anything else before we adjourn? Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you. What does the statute say, if you do mind me? on capital projects.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Chair, members, I just want to make sure I'm reading it exactly as it's written in the statute. So, statute 116P08, is about trust fund expenditures. Subdivision 1 is about, subdivision 1A is money in the trust fund may be spent only for, and then, paragraph 5 says capital projects for the preservation and protection of unique natural resources. So there is a statutory aspect to this as well, that we're assuming that any capital projects or those capital projects need to make the case that they are achieving preservation or protection of unique natural resources.
Anything else? Oh, Senator Westrom.
Well, Mr. Chair, I think my hand, I forgot to lower it, but I actually had a question that popped up. So to that statute, Becca, preservation or protection, yet we fund a lot of trails, which would be for enjoyment and getting outdoors or fishing piers. How do those fit into the category of preservation or protection? It seems like it'd be more in other projects that I know we've done if we scrutinized it. I mean, there's a lot of things we fund, and I commonly have felt understood the LCCMR funds are to encourage and help people enjoy the outdoors. So I don't think it's a bad thing, but how does a trail we fund fit into protection or preservation, or a fishing pier, or other things that are what people use to enjoy and make it easier to enjoy the outdoors? Just any nuance there, or is there more in the statute that goes beyond what you just read?
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Chair and members, that's a very good question, and I think sometimes it is up for interpretation. A couple things I can point to in statute. One is that subdivision 1A about how money can be spent. Paragraph 1 is the Reinvest in Minnesota program, and there's a link to a statute there. That statute does include such things as fishing piers. Also, our statute 116P 02 definitions, subdivision 5, you know, the constitutional language says protect, conserve, preserve, enhance air, water, land, fish, wildlife, and other natural resources. Statute 116P02 subdivision 5 says that natural resources, that term natural resources includes the outdoor recreation system under section 86A04, and regional recreation open space systems is defined under section 473.351. So that is basically saying that other natural resources includes the DNR's outdoor recreation system. So that's WMAs, AMAs, parks, trails, recreation areas, SNAs. And then that also includes the the Metropolitan Council's district of open space system with all the implementing agencies in the metropolitan area. So those things are specifically included in other natural resources. So I think that's one way to think about it.
And I note the enhancement word in the Constitution. I mean, the nice legal analysis there, by the way. That would trump the statute anyway. So I guess as I think about it, enhancing the outdoors is a pretty broad term, and I think that was part of the intent of the original language. So very good. Thank you.
Almost sounded like a judicial assessment there, Senator Westrom. So
we can move on, Mr. Chair.
With that, we are adjourned. We adjourn this meeting, and then we will be reconvening in 15 minutes.
Yeah, like three.